con me. Hey, ancora, Aronawa con me. Hey, ancora, Aronawa con me. Hey, ancora, Aronawa con me. Lihatlah, dengarkanlah, rasakanlah, oh indahnya alam kita, bagai surga di dunia, sungguh nyata. Lestarilah, syukurilah bahwa dunia milik kita bersama.
In Bali, and they were presenting a rich blend of Indonesia's diversity and also Balinese culture mixed with modern touch in music, choreography, and also costume. Let's just a big round of applause for them once again. So thank you so much, Jarum Foundation and J Corp Stage Company, Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of B20 Summit Indonesia 2022, Advancing Innovative, Inclusive, and Collaborative Growth. Let's give a big round of applause for this summit, and of course for you who making it to the second day of the summit. For those of you who just arrived this morning or yesterday evening, welcome to Bali, and I hope that you have fruitful discussions and also enjoy the scenery and also cuisine of Bali. My name is Rory Ashari, and it is a great honor for me to be here again for the second day of the summit. And for your information, this event has followed the health protocols and also COVID-19 regulations set in Indonesia, including myself, and all the guests, speakers, and crew have been fully vaccinated. Before we move deeper into the event today, which is very packed, I would like to extend our warm welcome to our guest of honor and also speakers, His Excellency Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Erlangga, for coming. And also to Professor Klaus Schwab, Founder and Executive Chairman of the World Economic Forum. Thank you so much for making it all the way to Bali, sir. Mr. Arshad Rashid, Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin Indonesia. Welcome back. And also Ms. Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia. Bu Sinta, welcome back. And also to all delegate speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had many insights and also inspirations from our speakers and from our discussions, starting from a power panel discussion where 3 ministers shared about how important it is to invest in the health sector, also on how Indonesia is transforming into cleaner energy to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and the optimism of the tourism sector post the pandemic. And we saw a bit of positive rivalry on the stage yesterday morning. And we also witnessed the commitment, strengthening of the 4 B20 legacies: Carbon Center of Excellence, B20 Wiki on scaling the next generation mid-sized companies to be part of the global supply chain, One Global Women Empowerment, and also Global One Shot program. it was really packed yesterday as it is today. And we are really grateful that this summit is fully supported by PT Astra Indonesia Tbk, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT Goto Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumbermas Sarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park, Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, and last but not least, PT Grab Teknologi Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off our event today, it is a pleasure for me to call upon the chair of B20 Indonesia and chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin Indonesia, to deliver a welcoming message. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Sinta Kamdani and Mr. Arshad Rashid.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi. Welcome to the second day of the B20 Summit. I hope you are all excited as I am about our upcoming round of distinguished speakers and state leaders. I'm honored to welcome all of you alongside of my chairman of Kadin Indonesia and host of the B20 Indonesia, Bapak Arshad Rashid.
Thank you, Shinta. We had a great start to the summit yesterday, but the fun hasn't even started yet. As we gather here, I would first to thank all the speakers, participants, and organizers whose support has been instrumental in making B20 a success.
I couldn't agree more with you, Arshad. We started strong with a dialogue between 4 Indonesian ministers on key investment opportunity. There was a bit of competition between the ministers, if you remember, right? Pak Arifin believed energy is critical for tourism and employment, which was acknowledged also by Pak Sandi. However, Pak Budi highlighted that businesses have a lot to gain from investing in healthcare, which was supported by Pak Mahendra.
Yes, and that's just the kind of enthusiasm we saw across all events yesterday. And don't forget too, Pak Luhut delivered a really insightful point, highlighting that sustainable resources management is the key to unlocking economic growth. Indonesia should not and will not longer rely on its raw materials, but we will focus on developing downstream industries.
Yes, and the launching of our 4 legacy programs. It's amazing to see how far each program has gone. Seeing all the support has given me confidence that this initiative, Arshad, will advance beyond Indonesia presidency and generate tangible income.
Yes, correct. Let's give a round of applause for the Task Force and Action Council, please. And we ended yesterday on a very high note, concluding the importance of embracing public-private partnership and realizing the concept of Indonesia Incorporated, where the government and the businesses join forces to catalyze investment in the country. Enough recap of yesterday's summit. So what do we have in store for today, Shinta? Please.
Well, today we are focusing on moving beyond policy recommendation and legacy programs. We will have a round of discussion with state leaders, global business leaders, and leading organizations on how to realize growth beyond B20 Indonesia. And at the end, we will present our communique as a call to action to the G20 leaders.
And this communique is more than just a document. We are advancing joint recommendation to initiate a new era of collaboration between the public and the private sectors.
Exactly, and we pass the torch to India. We hope that the ties we built over the past couple of months will remain far into the future.
And to all present, let's carry forward what we have done here to the broader G20 community and beyond.
Our agenda of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth should not be a one-time initiative.
Yes, and we can only get there by working together. Or in Indonesia, what we call gotong royong, the spirit of mutual inclusive collaboration. Thank you everyone for making the B20 summit a success, and together, let's advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Let's recover together.
Recover stronger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arshad, and also Ms. Sinta, Chair of B20 Indonesia and also Chairman of Kadin and host of B20. They reminded us about the positive rivalry, positive competition between ministers yesterday. And if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we also had a panel discussion on investing in green ventures for sustainable growth. One of the speakers, though, very interesting one, Michelle Crisostomo, chairman of NL Group, argued that we're not at the right pace on realizing net zero emission and we need to run faster. And a recent study by the NL Foundation and the European House, Ambrosetti, shows that immediately accelerating investments in decarbonization will actually cost less and will have significant positive impacts on the economy, the population, and also the environment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to our first keynote speaker of the day that will deliver his keynote address about public and private partnership to spur economic growth. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to call upon our esteemed Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Pak Arshad Rashid, Head of Indonesia Chambers and Commerce, Honorable Ibu Sinta Wijaya Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia, Excellencies, Professor Klaus Schwab from World Economic Forum, Excellencies, Ibu Mutia Hafiz, Chair of Foreign Affairs and Security Commission, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you here today to the B20 Summit. The world is facing historical change. We are in the midst of transforming from one system to another, which is key to addressing staggering and stubborn inflation and harnessing the opportunities of the fourth industrial revolutions, artificial intelligence, and innovation. This transformation can benefit all of us. Government must be at the driver's seat in responding to the future challenge through stronger public-private partnership for concrete policy actions. The B20, encompassing more than 41 countries, recognize the importance of inclusive economy with focus on micro and small medium enterprises and women participation this year. Women, the unbanked population, and the poor must be equally represented in the future business ecosystem. All of them called the bottom pyramid. Ladies and gentlemen, partnership between the public and private sector is the key to the post-pandemic economic architecture. With this partnership, we expect that Indonesia economy to grow at 5.4% in 2022, substantially higher than the initial forecast by the global organization. And in this third quarter this year, we even grow at 5.72% on year. Much of this growth comes from sectors that have bounced back well now that the COVID-19 pandemic is under better control. More recently, the generators of our economic recovery are the air travel, transportation and storage, accommodation, food and beverage, and machinery manufacturing. They are all provide jobs to many workers and benefit even more people through strong value chain. This kind of partnership should harness the benefit of innovations and the fourth industrial revolutions and serve as a common denominator for addressing food security, energy security, and today, with adoption of technology and strong R&D, businesses are more efficient and recording higher productivity. Transformational business must also encapsulate sustainability by accounting for environmental, social, and governance or ESG practices. This approach is adopted in our plan to build the new capital in East Kalimantan, Nusantara, that will incorporate sustainability, smart mobility, smart cities, quality infrastructures, and human capital developments. Opportunity must be abound for our children and our great-grandchildren. We have succeeded in the past through green revolutions, avoiding hunger and poverty through innovation in agricultural productions. Toward the future, we must be prepared for another green revolution, innovating for a more major transformation toward digital economy that protects our planet and our future. We invite you to be part of Indonesia transformation. Business leader, speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is taking action to address high inflation through financial and structural reform. With that strategy, we are taking robust action to strengthen the value chain, particularly on critical minerals, which are central in developing an ecosystem of electric vehicle and automotive. To adapt to the future of works and creating new opportunities to those affected technological and pandemic disruption, we have developed an online vocational education system through the Kartu Prakerja or pre-employment card. The objective is to reskill, upskill, and improve digital literacy while at the same time enhancing financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me underline one thing. The ability of the government to resolve the crisis is not unilateral. The business sector is also key to that endeavor. There is an old saying that underlies Indonesia work culture. Bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita runtuh, which has a meaning, united we stand, divided we fall. Therefore, with this spirit, I ask all of you, let us unite together in facing problems and challenges that we face now. Let's find amicable solution to all of us. I believe we shall overcome those challenges. With Indonesia, let's recover together and recover stronger. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. United we stand, divided we fall. A very strong message by Mr. Airlangga Hartarto. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our opening addresses. We now proceed to insightful panel sessions for you to listen to and also to follow, preceded by a keynote address that will set the foundation of our today's panel discussions. And it is my pleasure to invite our first keynote speaker, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab, to deliver his remarks on harnessing the power of innovation for future economic growth.
Excellencies, distinguished participants of this very important meeting, let me first congratulate the government, the President government of Indonesia for exercising such a great hospitality for all of us who are here. I would also like to express my admiration for the quality of the preparation of this B20 meeting. It reminds me, actually, in 2010, I proposed to the chair of the G20 at that time, the Korean chairmanship, to integrate a strong business dimension into the deliberations of the G20, because I deeply believe into the multi-stakeholder concept, which means we all have to work together. Corporations, of course, governments, civil society, to address the big issues in our world. Let me just make 4 remarks related to generating growth through innovation. First, of course, if we look at all the challenges, we can speak about a multi-crisis, an economic, a political, a social, an ecological, an institutional crisis. But actually, what we have to confront is a deep, systemic, and structural restructuring of our world. And this will take some time. And the world will look differently after we have gone through this transition process. Politically, the driving forces for this political transformation, of course, is the transition into a multipolar world, which has a tendency to make our world much more fragmented. And for these reasons, events like this one, the G20, and so on, are the very important connectors to avoid a too great segmentation, I would say, blocization instead of globalization of our world. If you look at the economic transformation forces, I just would like to mention 4. The energy transition which we need, and where Indonesia is playing a very important role. Second, the reshaping of our supply chains, where Indonesia can play a very important role. Then I would also say the integration of external costs. Just look at plastics. 10 billion tons a year of plastics are moving into our oceans. And for this reason, I'm so pleased that on the occasion of this G20, B20 meeting, we can announce and inaugurate an O20 to take better care of our oceans. But in addition to the reshaping of our supply chains, of the energy transformation, of internalization of external costs, we also see the consequences of militarization of our economies. Now, this all means, at least at the beginning, a cost burden. Now, if you restructure a company, you write off the costs, and of course, the shareholders are suffering. If you restructure an economy, the result is a reduction of income, of disposable income, which can lead to extensive social tensions, which we see in our world developing now. How do we deal with this transition, which may last for several years? Not just applying crisis management, not just reacting, but constructing the future with a purpose. We should use this transition time with a clear concept of what we want to achieve, how we want to come out of this transition time. We want to come out as a more sustainable, more resilient, and more inclusive world. Now, my second point relates to the fourth industrial revolution the minister mentioned. When I wrote the book about the fourth industrial revolution and conceptualized the idea of this revolution, I described 23 technologies. And at that time, only 5 years ago, many of those technologies were considered science fiction. Today, they all have become realities, and new technologies we have to deal with. Quantum technology, the metaverse, and I'm very proud that Indonesia is again one of the countries which wants to ride at the forefront of those developments of the fourth industrial revolution. What makes the fourth industrial revolution different? 3 things. First, it's a scope. Contrary to earlier technological innovation, it doesn't deal with 1 or 2 innovations. It's a whole panoply of technologies which interact and which completely will change how we produce, how we consume, how we communicate. But the second element is the speed. And if you look at technological revolutions, it usually goes in the form of an S-curve. And just now, we are at the inflection point to exponential development. And technology will change completely what we are doing at this present time. And not only what we are doing, and that's another change, it will change and it will have an impact on even who we are. Just look how even the internet has changed to a certain extent our identities over the last 20 years. I'm very proud that the forum is also at the forefront of those new technologies, and we will showcase even here in the context of our presentation of the Ocean 20 initiative, how you can use the metaverse in order to create much deeper and much more extensive and comprehensive global dialogues. My additional third point, the third difference which we see in the fourth industrial revolution is the fact that the winners take it all. Contrary to the previous industrial revolutions, It's very difficult to copy. So if you are first mover, you are the winners. And this will determine global competition on a national, but also on a business level to a large extent, and I hope in a not too hostile way in the coming years. Now just two last points. Public-private cooperation. Today, some people would say, until 2 years ago, until the crisis hit, it was business who was in the lead. And now with the crisis, with COVID, it's government who is in the lead. No. It should be governments and business. Governments and business have to cooperate in order to become a fast fish, because in our world of today, it's not anymore so much the big fish who eats the small fish, but it is the fast fish who eats the slow fish. And in order to be a fast fish and a big fish, hopefully, like Indonesia, you have to have two co-pilots, business and governments. My last point relates to trust. If business is really a force for good, which it has to be, business has to practice stakeholder capitalism. Such a concept I wrote a book about over 50 years ago, and I devoted my life to the promotion of stakeholder responsibility. Business should not only serve shareholders, but has to serve the people and to take care of our planet. Only in such a way, business will earn the trust which it needs to be an innovative force to make our society a better society. Let me conclude. When we look into the future, we can be full of confidence if we adhere to three concepts: innovative transformation, innovation, and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Schwab, for the inspiring insights that you just shared. And we can learn that government and private sector must cooperate, and it's not about big fish versus small fish, but fast fish versus slow fish. And Professor also mentioned out that we are in a multiplicity of crises as we are challenged politically, economically, ecologically, socially, and technologically. And we need some transformative action that the governments can do three options: expansionary fiscal policy, as was the case during the pandemic, investing in long-term growth through massive infrastructure projects, and stimulating the economy and spurring higher productivity through the creation of an entrepreneurial and innovation-oriented society. Ladies and gentlemen, going on to the next agenda with the same topic, harnessing the power of innovation for future economic growth. Now I would like to invite the chairman of Honhai Technology Group, Foxconn. Please welcome Mr. Yong Liu.
It is a privilege and also very challenge to follow the always eloquent Dr. Schwab. Distinguished guests, B20 host, Mr. Arshad, B20 Chair, Ms. Shinta, colleagues, media, good morning. We are on the eve of history. Tremendous events are happening in our world. Calamities of climate change, COVID, conflict on a key continent, competition in technologies among major countries have deeply impacted industries. For next month, the G20 Troika will comprise of the Global South, Indonesia, India, and Brazil. This is a pivotal moment. Industry's innovation is the guide. It is the pathway for the future for equitable growth. I was asked to speak to the theme of harnessing the power of innovation for future economic growth. Let me respond by breaking it down into three fundamentals: share, collaborate, and thrive. World population is set to exceed 8 billion this year. Half of this total population live in just 7 countries. We are gathered in one of those countries today. The workforce in these populated nations reflect their potential. They are mobile and dedicated. They want to build skills and increase income to raise their living standards. They're willing to travel far from their homes. They're not looking for 9-to-5 jobs. They might need a place to live in order to work. Foxconn has been an early mover in many instances. We scale up in tech industries that are new to the economies we enter. We scale up in developing economies that don't yet have the robust infrastructures and policies to support the first mover investments. It is incredibly difficult. We make mistakes, but then we get better at what we do. We work with a range of stakeholders. We work with local and central governments of many countries. We work with best-in-class customers who are uncompromising about quality standards. We work with the community within our campuses. They are the size of small cities. That includes looking after health, hygiene, and social living. Creating the environment and managing innovation at scale is a key challenge. Technology and innovation done at scale is going to be very, very challenging. Foxconn and many Taiwanese companies have been doing this for many decades. We love to share our experience and help your country to quickly build up your industry without making the same mistakes we made. Collaborate. How do we collaborate? Let me respond by offering 3 more words: build, operate, and localize. BOL is placing the supply chain in your backyard for your domestic economy. BOL is collaboration with local communities. Your country then has the technology and the skills in your backyard. What are we talking about? GDP and jobs. Now, not later. A better ecosystem. BOL doesn't happen alone because of only tech innovation. Downstream will not work without upstream. These days, it takes more than one stakeholder. It comes with a supply chain that brings absolute and comparative advantages to your country. Later today, Foxconn and Indica will show how BOL collaboration can benefit the local industry. Thank you. Let's think different and dare forward to make a smarter world by transforming for good. I think this is what it means to recover together, recover stronger. Thrive. The definition of thriving in modern society consists of working towards three main goals: cleaner, greener, and smarter. Over 100 countries are considering or have set net zero deadlines. At least 33 of them have made it a law or official policies. We are doing it against us. Common us might be about a reliance on fossil fuel energy. My odds have more to do with overcoming technology entry barriers and finding the right pool of human talents. At the same time, as we work towards establishing a cleaner and a greener society, we also have a tremendous opportunity to transform into a smarter society. Transforming a country's transportation network and mobility lifestyle is just one part of this journey to net zero. It is key to sustainable economy. I strongly believe an established EV ecosystem not only has the potential to impact a country's GDP, but also diversify the industrial supply chain and create more jobs. The benefits of EV ecosystem brings to a country's economy is substantial. Extraordinary and affordable devices are imagination made real. In the beginnings of this century, I believe a pivotal moment has arrived again. Taiwan is your most trusted and reliable partner. Through sharing and collaboration, let's thrive together and create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Mr. Yong Liu, Chairman of Hon-Hai Technology Group, Foxconn, for delivering such an important message. 3 fundamentals in harnessing the power of innovation for future economic growth that are share, collaborate, and also thrive. Foxconn loves to share experience, help your country to quickly build up your industry without making the same mistakes as they did. Collaborate, it means build and also localize, whilst thrive means greener, cleaner, and also smarter society. And it is also interesting to revisit what our 2 speakers earlier had to say, Mr. Alangga Hartarto also mentioned that governments must be at the driver's seat in responding to future challenges through stronger public-private partnership for concrete policy actions. He also mentioned about partnership between the public and private sector is key to the post-pandemic economic architecture. And towards the future, we must prepare for another green revolution, innovating for a major transformation towards a greener, bluer, and more digital economy that protects our planet and our future. He then proceeded to invite all of you, business community, governments, NGOs, to be part of the country's transformation. Professor Klaus Schwab also mentioned about innovation, ladies and gentlemen, and he pointed out that in terms of harnessing the power of innovation, he saw 5 imperatives for moving forward. The first one is leveraging the full potential of the 4th industrial revolution, that is, do it holistically. And focus in green economy, as green technology costs have fallen significantly over the last decade and will most likely continue to do so. And therefore, a fast transition to clean energy is cheaper than slow or no action. Thirdly, create genuine private-public partnership, make innovation socially sustainable, and last but not least, build the human capital needed for innovation. He then concluded with government and private sector must cooperate, and once again, it's not about big fish versus small fish, but it's about fast fish versus slow fish. And apart from the speakers that we had earlier today, we're going to have a very packed agenda today, that including a conversation with the Binance CEO, Mr. Changpeng Zhao, and of course, Mr. Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, and now Twitter also. And we're also going to take a listen to what Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, in her capacity as UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, has to say, as well as actress Anne Hathaway, in her capacity as UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, speaking about unlocking the full potential of women in the economy. Now, the setting is ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel's discussion 1. It is time for us to gain deeper insight about the topic of harnessing the power of innovation for future economic growth. Now, I would like to invite the moderator and panelists to come up on stage. The moderator for today, Mr. Jack Azaguri, Group Chief Executive Accenture, and the speakers are Ms. Candace Johnson, co-founder of SES and Laurel Teleport Europe, Mr. Christian Guevara, Chief Executive Officer of Telefonica Brazil, Mr. Anthony Tan, CEO and co-founder of Grab, Mr. Alvin Sadat Maja, President Director of Elang Mahkota Teknologi, Mr. Deep Kapuria, Chairman of the High Tech Group. Mr. Azaguri, the time is yours.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you together here and with distinguished panel. I also want to say a huge congratulations for a flawless organization of this B20 forum that is surrounded by the unique and warm hospitality of Indonesia. We have an amazing panel here. I will do quick introductions and set the context. In alphabetical order, I'll start with Alvin Sadat-Maja, who is the President Director of MTech, one of the region's largest and most successful technology, media, and healthcare companies. Anthony Tan, CEO and co-founder of Grab. The company needs no introduction, one of the most successful startups in the world, with a super app that covers payments, delivery services, ride-hailing, and much more. Candace Johnson, founder of SES and co-founder of Laurel Teleport Europe. She is the entrepreneurial mind behind some of the largest and most successful satellite companies and chairs one of the largest private equity funds related to space. Christian Guevara, CEO of Telefonica Brazil, also known as Vivo, one of Brazil's largest telecommunication company. And last, but by no means least, Deep Kapuria, chairman of the high-tech group, the highly successful India-based auto components and technology manufacturer. I want to set a little bit of context before we get to the panel discussion. We have made some progress during the pandemic around internet and connectivity. But today, 2.7 billion people in our planet still are disconnected. We have to do better. We have a responsibility as business and government leaders to do better. We know that telecommunications and digital connectivity drive GDP growth. The UN has showed it. AI can drive double-digit increase in GDP. And our own research shows that 88% of CEOs, many of you in the room, are going to significantly increase digital spending despite the backdrop of uncertain economic conditions. 60% of global GDP relies on digital communications technology. But the RAND Corporation has said that 14 of the G20 nations can miss out on $11.5 trillion of economic growth because of the skills gap. And that's what it boils down to for me, closing the digital skills gap. We have to be talent creators, not just talent consumers. We have to do better. At Accenture, 20% of our entry-level hires in the US do no longer have 4-year degrees because we focus on skills, not what university they came from. Our own research shows that if we doubled the level of digital fluency amongst women, we would close the pay gap, the gender pay gap, by 21%. And we also face a problem with 32 million refugees around the world. And I know many of your companies and ours are hiring refugees from Afghanistan, from Ukraine, and other parts of the world. So let's start the discussion. And I'm going to start with you, Anthony. And my first question, I'd like to get your perspective on how innovation can drive global economic growth.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a real honor to be here. Well, first of all, in recent years, you just talked about it, it's been tough for all of us. But there has been silver linings. So for example, if you look at the recent studies, whether it's Accenture, McKinsey, many of the shows how digital adoption has been accelerated over the 4 or 5 years ahead of time. And we've seen it, one of the other silver linings, 100 million new internet users in Southeast Asia. But how did this happen? I mean, we've seen actually many of our what we call UMKM or small and medium or micro SMEs have a tough time trying to embrace this change. And companies like us, how do we help them embrace this change? How do we uplift them? One thing we've done is just during the pandemic, they had no choice. Lockdowns, they didn't know how to start their business. They didn't know how to restart, how to sell. So we created things like GrabMart, where we accelerated their business. Imagine, in your wet traditional market, on demand now you can get that service for all your grocery needs. We've been able to do that. I'll give you a quick story. Ibu Siska, which is a lady selling a small stall about this size. She used Grab. It accelerated her business. She now generates about $15,000 a month. And she even knows how to use our digital advertising tools, our financial tools on her app. Right? This was a lady in her 50s, and now 90% of her business is online. That's the beauty of really accelerating that. But again, that's not enough. I think even building new tools, forcing ourselves to innovate for uplifting them is insufficient. One other thing we need to do even beyond that is how do we digitize even beyond just Jakarta, which is a great city, but the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And with that, I am very blessed, Grab is very blessed to have a great partner, MTech, who together we acted on Kota Masa Depan, which makes meaning building future cities. And together we've been able to accelerate digitization across these cities. But I'll let Alvin talk more about that.
That's an amazing story, how you change people's lives. Alvin, I'm going to turn to you. MTech was founded in '83 as a distributor, now a huge organization. Your thoughts on innovation to drive economic growth?
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. I will speak from a very practical experience for us as a business group, where we have witnessed economic growth driven by the various ways of innovation and technology. For us as a group, we are able to enter into many new businesses which were previously considered to be off limits in the offline/analog world. Businesses like e-commerce, retail, payment, digital banking, online healthcare, OTT, which in the old world required a lot of capital, resources, and time to build the infrastructure needed to support a competitive business in those verticals, were suddenly open. And technology have completely rewritten the rules of engagement of what can and can't be done, how fast you can scale a business and build a business. If you can provide a service that is relevant and value adding to your customer, then you can build a very sizable business quickly. So there's been a big reshuffling of the deck across the various industries where new players have emerged thanks to technology and innovation. Secondly, and I think I feel that we have been engaging in a lifelong and never-ending process of digitizing our traditional businesses, transforming, tech-enabling, if you may, which is much more difficult to do compared to creating new businesses from scratch, where you have a modern platform and you can rethink everything from the ground up. Because of COVID, we are forced to accelerate that process and really relook at business processes, supply chain, customer facing. And because many of our businesses are in the services industry, we have so much data, which in the old world is somewhat meaningless. But in today's world, with a modern data management platform, so much can be derived, so many insights can be derived as to our customer, our market, which in turn can be used to provide a better service and value add to our customer. Thirdly, this is something that I feel is often very overlooked and also underappreciated, is the importance of having an innovative and forward-looking government policy. As an Indonesian, I have been very proud and fortunate to have a government under the leadership of President Jokowi, who's been able to not only have great vision, but marry that vision with leadership and execution, so that the policy that comes out really results and fosters wealth creation, job creation, and the eventual trickle down and multiplier effect in the economy. Take a very practical example of nickel. I think 6-7 years ago, Indonesia used to export less than $1 billion worth of nickel and nickel products. And since the government came up with the policy that the midstream and downstream process needs to be done onshore, we have seen one of the biggest value creation, job creation, and and the skill transfer from the developed world to the developing world, which is immense. And in this year, I think alone, we will see more than $20 billion worth of export in the nickel category. And when the downstreaming is complete with the battery and EV, I think the numbers will approach more than 100 billion eventually. So it is clear that the great policy making, very forward-looking policy making, implemented correctly, can create so much value. So out of those practical experience, I'm a big believer that innovation and technology can really drive economic growth forward.
Certainly very compelling, and there's no doubt there's been an acceleration during COVID, a compression of the time it takes to transform. Deep, I'm going to go to you, and I'd like to get your views on lessons learned. Technology doesn't always deliver on its promise, but I'd like to get your views on lessons learned in your application of technology and innovation.
You know, innovation is something that is possibly the lifeline for any company. Whether it's conventional manufacturing, we are in both, or a technology company. However, like, which was just expressed, that when you are in a legacy kind of a manufacturing environment, to bring in innovation is very, very different than to bring in innovation to a technology company. So when you're trying to get a manufacturing company to innovate, you need the buy-in for a lot of issues in terms of how you get the adaptability, and not only adaptability, but the acceptance as a culture of innovation. And that's the struggle. Many a times what we have done is used analogies. When you're trying to change, you bring in analogies to say that how can you do quick, let's say, tool change in less than a minute when you're taking 30 minutes doing it. So you bring them to a Formula One car and say, this is how it works. So these analogies sort of bring that culture to an innovative culture. But on the other side, the technology side, you have a very different side of workforce. A workforce which is ready to go. So many times you have to hold them to a way that you have limited issue of experimentation. So what it happens is that how do you limit yourself and also say that, okay, you can fail. That acceptance is that when you design an experiment to fail, and what you don't actually reward is just success, but you also say that not doing anything is something not acceptable. I think that brings in a lot of the cultural change to bring in innovation.
I fully agree. The importance of failing fast, but not acceptable not to try. Candice, you've architected one of the world's largest satellite space systems. I'd like to get your views on lessons learned from innovation.
Yes. So I have asked if I could perhaps show some slides, and our wonderful tech company, there you go. Okay. So, I was born in a family that my satellites for the United States, and then did the world's first private satellite system. So from the time I was 5 years old, when I received a toy Sputnik on the Christmas tree with Santa Claus inside, I thought everything good came from space. And, innovation, so important. But you know what? Inspiration, I think, is even better. So this is a picture when I was 30 years old, 35, and we're in Kourou, and we're launching my first satellite, SES Astra 1. The Grand Duke of Luxembourg is behind me, good-looking guy. The Prime Minister of Luxembourg with the white hair is behind him. 5 years before, I had conceived Astra, the world's first private transborder satellite system. You see, in 1983, you can see that we are covering all of Europe. Not half of Europe, as it was at that time, but all of Europe. And so when we launched our satellite in 1988, 9 months later, the wall fell down, and we had a satellite system that could cover all of Europe. And we started it from that very, very little country in Luxembourg, between Germany and France. You can barely see it on the thing. So, you always have to go forward. And when the wall fell down, I conceived the first transporter launch cooperation, commercializing not American technology like Elon Musk, Russian technology with American marketing, ILS, International Launch Services, and you see my satellite, Astra, on the top of that, 1995, April 9th. It's one thing to become number one, it's another thing to stay number one, and circumstances made it that if I was going to keep my satellite system, SES, Astra, independent, I needed to go global. And so 2001, I architected SES Global and became the world's largest satellite system. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember that first picture where unfortunately I was the only woman? Well, you know what? Things change. And so here, Oceania Women's Network Satellite, 10 years ago, a couple of women and I in the Pacific and Global Telecom Women's Network, we got together and we created and helped create Pacific. And I'm very proud to say that we're bringing high throughput broadband internet to all of the islands in the Pacific and also here, there we go, also to Indonesia. And it's so great to work with, isn't it? And private initiative, and we just got together, this satellite to colleges, to universities, to hotels, to hospitals, to villages, etc. I have described my life as going from providing satellites, using satellites to provide universal access, and going to use satellites to provide access to the universe. And indeed, we do have space debris now. We have intended and unintended objects, and we are also using now satellites to be able to use, to observe our Earth, to help with the Earth observation, with the ocean observation. And we also, such as North Star, to be able to provide space traffic management, very important. And Jack talked about the fact that I'm also the chair of Seraphim Space, the world's largest space tech fund. We're investing in innovation. I see everything. I see young people coming together and building in labs for, food on Earth and food on the moon. I see another young woman building her own spaceship to do pharmaceutical possibilities in microgravity. Hopefully one day we're going to also get a, let's just see if we can get this, there we go, an all-female space crew for the International Space Station. So.
It's an amazing story, and also great to see the progress in diversity from your first picture in the 80s
I thought it was kind of
to
fun.
today.
Particularly for the women empowerment here
Exactly.
in Indonesia. Yeah.
Christian, I'm going to go to you. You chair the B20 Digitization Task Force. Amazing work in Brazil in terms of promoting and deploying digital technology and connectivity. Your thoughts on the growth, how to drive more innovation, how it drives economic growth, and also maybe your view in developing countries.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm from Brazil, not far away from Indonesia, but being here for these 2 days, you can see a lot of similar things about the challenge that we face in our country and you face here in Indonesia. No, we are like large country with large population, and I do believe that digitalization can change, especially reduce inequality, include other people, and bring much more diversity to our companies. So during the pandemic, innovation was accelerated. I think Anthony gave an example, and we could see this example not only in our company, but in our customers, our clients. Companies that were not prepared to handle the digital relationship with customers, they suffered a lot. And at the same time, they started to accelerate this implementation. Even us, as family members, we had everyone back home, and kids needed to go to school, homeschooling. We needed to work from home. So we have like the largest fiber network in Brazil. We have today 22 million home passed with fiber. And we saw the demand for fiber rising during the pandemic because we were so used to have download, and suddenly we were also needed to use upload. Video became part of our lives. So that's innovation. Companies started to invest in cloud. Companies started to invest in collaborative tools. Companies started to invest in cybersecurity, because protection of the digital world is also changing. So that's a big shift. And as an organization, we need also to change many things. Now, we are now working in a hybrid model. We started before the pandemic. We were maybe a little bit ahead of time. But now that's a reality that people really want to work in an environment that can be on-site, but also working from home. So we need to adapt. That's also innovation. To attract people, talented people, to develop new skills, we need to change not only the culture, that's also important, but the way we work. So we are trying to implement many different methodologies to work with more design thinking, more critical solving, and also bringing diversity to our workforce. People need to be seen as a society in our workforce. They was talking about gender, we need to talk about race, we need to talk about people with disabilities. We need to include everyone to make it really foster innovation, creativity, and that's what we are doing today. And in the B20, participating as a co-chair was great because the challenges are there, and we need, as a country, Indonesia, then next year is going to be India, then it's going to be Brazil, 3 countries with similar things where we believe digitalization needs to be more accessible, and it has the power to change inequality, to bring education to those who don't have it in the physical world, brings health to those who don't have it in the physical world, bring financial inclusion to those who don't have it, and there are many examples here. So again, I think we're in the beginning of the journey, and innovation has to be part of our journey as a company, but also as a provider for solutions for customers, B2C and B2B.
That's amazing developments in Brazil. I'm going to move to an important question, which we heard earlier, the role of governments, public partnerships. We heard that earlier from Professor Schwab. And I'm going to start with you, Deep. I'd like to get your view on public-private partnerships, the role of government, how to collaborate.
It's possibly the most important thing going. The challenge is to translate it. It's a great idea, public-private partnership. It's been there for a while. It's a lot of I think the way that it's being approached, at least in India, is that get the participation both on the side of technology and inside of investments. It's important because if you see overall in the given situation, and specifically in the recent past, after COVID, that the companies are not making that much money to spare for the innovation or technology. But on the other side, it becomes important for the government to come in at this point so that they can work together on these projects. Let me give you an example of it. I also chair a public-private partnership company, which is called Global Innovation and Technology Alliance. It was started about 10 years back with the whole purpose to create an ecosystem for innovation and get companies to start, and even the startups to start doing research and development. And the concept was that not only use the government funds, but also get into collaboration with the other nations as well. Today we have 9 countries that we are working with. And how it works is that's a kind of one company from, let's say, we have a partnership with Israel, just as an example, and they have tremendous amount of traction from that side. So one company from Israel, one company from India, let's say $1 million worth of project. So $250,000 from the Indian company, $250,000 from the Israeli company, and the balance comes from the governments. So they can do an innovation project of $1 million, which may or may not work. You have to accept that when you're getting into an R&D and innovation project, it can fail. And that's very, very important to accept. So that's one of the thoughts that how the governments can collaborate. The other way that is also being done is of incubation centers. Incubation centers are not only being partnered with universities, but also with the private companies. Like we have innovation kind of a incubation center, which we allow the MSMEs to come in, work from the desks, and provide them some kind of help in terms of literally getting from the aspect of the government funds to the private funds. So you know that the proverbial valley of death is avoided. So there's a public fund, and when they get to the private fund, that's when a lot of the SMEs lose their way and actually die. So that's how it's all operating. And there are many, many such examples. In the interest of time, I'll stop here.
We're going to come close to wrapping up. Anthony, I'd like your final thoughts on the topic of public partnership, and especially what it means in developing countries. Anthony.
Sure. So just two, given time is short. I think number one is governments and companies like ours, how do you work on minimal to no friction? One, I just want to celebrate the Indonesian government. We worked with the Ministry of Cooperatives. They were super helpful. They helped us onboard many, many thousands of wet market, traditional wet markets all across Indonesia. So just working together, again, we are small. It's about leveraging and working and standing on shoulders of giants, and there's no better giant than the Indonesian government. That's number one. Number two is, I think on public and private collaboration, we take, for example, EV. EV is a massive social or climate change, but specifically, how do you deal with it with EVs? Effectively, there is a cold start problem today, where if there's not enough charging stations, a lot of people don't invest in EVs, and if there's not enough EVs, people don't invest in charging stations. So that is one complex issue that we can partner on. So I'll give you an example here. Grab again. We decided to say, look, we have to solve this with partners like many here, PLN, Pertamina, Gesit, VR. We've been able to partner and launch. Today we have over 8,500 electric vehicles. They've done over 100 million kilometers in electric kilometers. Again, thanks to the customers who love it. We've saved over 10,000 tons of carbon emissions. But again, we're just in the beginning. This can only happen with amazing collaboration, and again, by standing on the shoulders of giants, and many of them are here.
Yeah, and you've outlined the role of technology, innovation, combined with sustainability. These things go hand in hand. I want to thank this distinguished panel. It's been a huge privilege. Please join me in a huge round of applause for our panel.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Azaguri, thank you so much for the insightful discussion. And we got several important notes from the discussion. It's very enlightening as well. Ms. Candace Johnson, co-founder of SES and Laurel Teleport Europe, thank you so much for sharing to us. And she said that innovation is important, but inspiration is even better. And the story of SES that she shared was so beautiful and was so inspiring. SES, for those who are unaware of it, is a satellite communication service provider that offers telecommunication services. And also, she shared about the progress of diversity there in her company. Mr. Christian Gebra, CEO of Telefonica Brazil, also shared about Indonesia, India, and Brazil will become three of the biggest economies in the world, and they will need technology to bring things digitally to people that they don't have physically. It's really interesting as well what Mr. Anthony Tan shared, that many of MSMEs or UMKM in Indonesian term had a tough time embracing the change when digital economy kicked in, especially when the pandemic hit it was dark days for them, for the MSMEs, but Grab's innovation helped MSMEs not only to survive, but up to this day, to thrive. And working together between government and private sector is truly important, and public and private collaboration example is EV or electric vehicle, and Grab has been able to partner with 8,500 EV owners because customers love it and it saves carbon emission. Mr. Alvin Saratmaja of MTech Group pointed out that MTech has been engaging in never-ending digitizing its business, and because of COVID, MTech was forced to accelerate that process. And no less important is great policy and also implementation. And for example, nickel. In the past, Indonesia exported raw nickel ore, but not anymore because nowadays, Republic of Indonesia exports processed and value-added goods. So once again, thank you so much for the discussion, and we're looking forward to another discussion or one-on-one conversation after this. So after this, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a one-on-one conversation discussing about investing in future talents, technology, and financial resources with Mr. Chang Peng Chow. It's really interesting. The CEO of Binance once tweeted, in particular on Sunday, saying that self-custody is a fundamental human right, and you are free to do it at any time. Just make sure you do it right. And it's very intriguing to, listen more and learn more from Mr. Chang Peng Chow. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, that our next agenda is one-on-one conversation with the main topic of investing in future talents, technology, and financial resources. So please welcome on stage the moderator and also speaker, Mr. Aldi Haryo Pratomo, Vice Chair of Indonesia FinTech Association as the moderator, and of course, Mr. Chang Peng Chow, the CEO of Binance.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aldi. I'm the Vice Chair of the Indonesian FinTech Association, and we're here today with CZ, who runs the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. At the peak, they traded 24 hours, $170 billion of crypto. So this week has been a really eventful week for crypto. So despite all that's going on, thank you for being here with us, CZ. What have you enjoyed the most about Indonesia so far?
I've actually been to Indonesia, specifically Bali, many times. It's a fantastic place. In addition to being a very nice vacation resort, Bali is also the crypto center of Indonesia, right? There's a lot of crypto people here. So we have quite an active community here. I've been meeting with our Binance Angels, who are community volunteers, just learning more about what's going on here. So it's been a fantastic experience.
No, thank you, and we hope you keep coming to Bali.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's start with a quick intro, I think, on crypto and Binance, right? So we're at B20 Indonesia. The audience is filled with global business and world leaders. What do you think it's important for them to know about crypto and Binance?
Those are big topics. I think crypto, the way I would describe it is, if you think about internet, it's just a new technology. It was just a new technology for transferring information.
Yep.
That's all the technology is. It's just data packets over a wire or over the air. But because of that, we're able to build entire industries, new economies, virtual worlds. Today, if somebody take away your phone, you feel really awkward. This new technology, crypto, is just a new technology for transferring value. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. But with this new technology, we can now build new business models, which is changing the way we do fundraising. It's changing the way we do investments. It's changing the way we do payments. Now we can do micropayments. We can do cross-border remittances. So we can do NFTs, metaverse. All of this is going to come. Some of them are already here, like global fundraising using either ICOs, IDOs, IEOs. Yep. It's already here. So if one technology deals with information, this new technology deals with money.
Yep.
So the impact is going to be tremendous. You will impact economic sectors very heavily. The technology for a better form of money is going to give you a better form of a fintech industry, financial sector, which is going to be the pillar for every other sector. So it's very important to understand this technology. At the same time, there's a lot of risks. We're in a new industry. We've seen over the past week things go crazy here. So in the industry. So we do need some regulations. We do need to do this properly. We do need to do this in a stable way. So all of that is happening. Binance is one of the larger players in the industry. Most people know Binance as a cryptocurrency exchange, but we actually have much more than that. We also invest and own multiple decentralized wallets. We also own CoinMarketCap, which is the most visited website in crypto for information. We invest heavily in DeFi, in blockchain technologies, etc. So we also invest very strongly in local economies in different parts of the world. So we also we are probably one of the few platforms who push very heavily on education and charity, etc. So Binance is more like an ecosystem of tools that we want to help people to access crypto with.
Oh, thank you. That's a very broad explanation. So let's dive into the use cases, right? Because ultimately it's about being useful. That's what a technology should be. So you mentioned about crypto's function as enabling entrepreneurs anywhere to raise money globally, like Polygon in India, for example, right? But on the flip side of that is the risk for capital flight, because if money can come in, money can also come out. This has been a concern that some regulators and banks have expressed. What would you say to that concern over the benefits of actually being able to raise money globally?
Yeah, so I would actually say the reverse. If money couldn't go out, money would not come in, right? So as a as kind of an offshore business, to start a business in Indonesia to register for a license, I think you have to deposit like $5 million ish.
Yeah, around, yeah.
Right, so like 3 to 5 million ish US dollars. And the first question people will think about, hey, I can wire the money in, but at some point, can I wire the money out? So if the second one is not guaranteed, it's not open, people will not wire money in. So, and blockchain provides a very, very useful tool for entrepreneurs in Indonesia or in any other place in the world to raise money. Today, any entrepreneur with a decent background, with good reputation, with a decent product idea can raise 10, 20 million US dollars in a matter of days. Whereas doing the same thing through the traditional VCs will take years. And also, I think Indonesia does not quite have a very strong VC ecosystem. Like, compared to the size, in dollar terms, compared to the US guys, are much smaller.
It's still young.
Yeah, it's still young. But just because we're still young here, we can leverage a new technology. In the US, the VCs are so established that they're actually more scared of this new technology. Because we're young and we don't have such heavy establishments yet, we can just use this new technology for entrepreneurs to raise money. This is the most direct form of foreign direct investment. So every country, every leader I spoke to, everyone wants foreign direct investment. But why don't you let entrepreneurs raise money using the blockchain through ICOs, etc.? So this technology provides that.
Yeah, so your recommendation essentially is for the regulators just to open up, right? But also another part of what brings foreign capital in and capital out is taxation. There was a recent crypto tax introduced, for example, in Indonesia and some other markets. What do you have to say about those?
Yeah, so I actually think the current tax, the new tax that was introduced recently in Indonesia, it's not optimal. I think tax is perfectly fine, and the way to achieve the highest amount of that you can tax is actually through, I think, which could be wrong, is actually through a lower tax number. So look, if you take things to the extreme, right? If you tax $99 out of a $100 transaction, you're not going to get any tax because no one's going to do that transaction. And also in crypto, there's less of a country border concept. When you tax the local entities very heavily, well, the local the transactions that happen on local platforms very heavily, all those transactions are going to move to offshore platforms. And then you actually end up taxing very little. If you tax a little bit and the transaction volume is high, then the total amount of tax you receive is actually higher, right? So it doesn't mean higher percentage tax always give you the highest return or highest tax collected. Also, I personally would highly recommend don't tax on the user transactions. If you tax 0.12% per user transaction, there's not going to be a lot of transactions. Tax the businesses in the industry. So tax corporate income. And in order to tax corporate income, you should give licenses more easily. When you give a license, then you can ask for data. Then you have a conversation. So then you have control. If you don't give licenses, and most platforms are operating either offshore or in other ways, so quite a number of things are counterintuitive. It's much better to give licenses, to be open, and then I highly recommend not taxing the user transactions, but tax corporate income.
Understood. Okay, let's move on a little bit. So let's move on to banking and finance. There's quite a few bankers in the room today, right? So do you believe that DeFi and crypto will replace traditional finance? And how will the two worlds interact?
Yeah, so I think in the short term, no. Long term, maybe. It's possible. I think short term, today, crypto is still pretty hard to use. I think this is probably not a very crypto-centric crowd.
Yeah.
So I would guess most people will find it very difficult to download their wallet, do a backup of the private key, store it in multiple places, encrypt it, and then have a way to pass that on to their kids when they're no longer around. So all of that is quite hard to do today. I think today, 99% of the wealth is still in fiat currencies, traditional financial systems. So we need to integrate the two so that people can start to use this new technology in a steady fashion. But the growth here is going to be faster than the growth in the traditional financial spaces. So that trajectory looks kind of like that, but kind of bumpy, to be honest. But in the long future, though, I do think as the 10, 20 years, as the next generation comes into play, they will be crypto natives. Like the teenagers today, they look at crypto, they think that's just very normal. So 20 years, like the teenagers are 30-something, they will be doing businesses in crypto only. So crypto is a much easier form of money. It's much easier to do transactions once you know how to use it. It's much lower friction, and it's much global. So it has some advantages. It has some really significant advantages, but today it's just not hard. It's kind of hard to use. So over the long term, when we solve those usability problems, I think more and more people will migrate to crypto.
Yeah, and you always mention in the past about Binance's role as being a platform of platforms, right? Where you're leading the charge in building the technology to increase mass adoption. So what do you mean by that? Maybe explain to the audience. And what are the things that still need to be built in your mind today to get so that everybody in this room in the next few B20s will actually have a self-hosted wallet?
Yeah, so what we try to do is just to provide access to crypto. It could be liquidity that people want to buy and sell. That's a very basic form of it. That's the exchange. Most people think of us as only doing that. But anything that helps people, like CoinMarketCap, is a place for people to access crypto information. So most people use that website to look up, coin, the history, etc. So happy to provide that. Even custody, self-custody wallets, as we were mentioning before, Trust Wallet, we provide that. That's a tool that people hold their own private keys on themselves, and they hold their crypto funds. And we have we don't want to control, we don't want to touch that. So, and we also help other entrepreneurs in the space. We invest very heavily in the ecosystem, and actually our investments have done really, really well over the last 4 years. I think we've done over 70x over the last 4 years, wow. even at today's prices. So, yeah, so we just want to help to build tools. I think the talk I did here 3 days ago. Yeah, so I learned from a very senior guy in Google. He said, look, Google provides a number of infrastructure services in the internet space. They do a bunch of stuff that people don't even think about, like the time on your phone is synced with a Google Internet server. The DNS, the 8.8.8, that's also provided by Google. So all of those things are free, but the internet becomes more usable. So we just want to provide any tool for people to use crypto for.
Yeah, and as you do this, I think you'll become bigger and more powerful and more central in the industry. So right now, we looked at the spot trading volume for the last 24 hours. Binance was 13 billion. The next one, the closest one, is 1.3 billion, right? How big is too big? And what are your thoughts about, as you get bigger, your responsibility in the ecosystem to protect consumers?
Yeah, so there are natural network effects and centralization versus decentralization forces at play. There's economy of scale. And so the larger exchanges like us, we can invest very heavily on security. And we can invest, because of our liquidity, people get better prices by trading on Binance. So they come to us more. So there's a network effect. So the bigger ones do tend to get bigger, even in a free market.
That's right.
So that's just natural economic forces. At a certain size, though, I think for our industry, it is better to sort of have more decentralization. Today, though, at the same time, I think the proper players, if we do things properly, people actually come to you. There is quite a lot of players in our space that try to cut corners to grow quickly. And that actually destroys consumer trust. When they don't trust them, they don't go to them. They actually go to a platform they trust. So I think just running, I really encourage all the other players in the space, run businesses very solidly, very properly. That's the best way to grow. So we try to help grow other exchanges, other DeFi protocols, other wallets, etc. We invest heavily in them. We invest in other centralized exchanges too, try to help them grow. We also invest in a local exchange here in Indonesia. So we try to help them grow, but there are natural forces. So we don't really control how big we are, how small we are, etc. We just try to provide the best service, the most secure, the most reliable service to our users.
And in terms of protecting consumers, what is the role of the regulators, the government, the central bank, in your view, because of recent events? Right? FTX collapsed recently, and there could be more, right? Especially in the derivative sector, for example. Like, what would be the role of the central bank and other regulators in this case?
I think the industry collectively has a role to protect consumers, to protect everybody. So it's not just regulators. Regulators does absolutely have a role, but it's also not 100% of their responsibility. No one can protect a bad player, to be very frank. If a guy is very good at lying and is very good at just pretending to be what he's not, somebody wants to violate the law is not going to prevent that. The law can help to reduce that. As industry players, we should be more vocal about it. We should set very strong standards for the industry. Actually, one of the things we will do very soon, given the events that happen, we will try to collect the other industry players together and form an industry association globally, try to deal with some of the common standards in business, etc. So as industry players, we have a responsibility as well. The VC investors have a responsibility. They invest in businesses that didn't work. That hurt a lot of users. They're also responsible. The consumers are responsible as well. The schools are responsible. Why aren't we teaching people about consumer financial risk assessment in schools? So everybody's responsible. No one can completely prevent it. But the regulators do have a role. We do need slightly more. We do need to increase the clarity of regulations and the sophistication of regulations in the crypto space. Most of the regulations today deal with KYC and AML. The natural response is to borrow the regulations from traditional financial systems. How do we regulate banks? Most regulators think of crypto exchanges like banks. But crypto exchanges operate very, very differently from banks. In a bank, it's very, very normal for a bank to move user assets for investments and try to make returns. In crypto, if you run a crypto exchange that way, it's almost guaranteed to go down. To the traditional financial regulators, to them, they may not even be thinking about this before this week. But we, Binance, have always held 100% reserves of user assets. And we're leading the way to do proof of reserves, publicly disclosing all of our cold wallet addresses. And other industry players are forced to follow, because if they don't follow, they become even smaller. And when they follow, some of them have some issues now. So, but we as an industry, we need to increase the transparency. We need to work very closely with regulators all around the world to make this industry more robust. But there's a strong role for regulators to play, but we can't blame this on anybody. Yeah. or any single party.
Understand. Actually, that's actually the point, right? Because crypto is a borderless technology, and yet regulators are now operated based on borders. So what is your thoughts on that, crypto as a global phenomenon versus like local exchanges that exist in different markets?
Yeah, so there's like a balancing force between technology innovation versus traditional concept of a country border.
Yep.
If you think about a country border, that's a human-made concept, right? So in the natural world, the country border doesn't exist. It's just like a bunch of guys agree, this is the border, that becomes the border. And now the technologies we have, we're post-internet. We now have blockchain. The internet doesn't have a lot of borders. Today, when you use the internet, you do a Google search, you click on our Twitter ad, guess what? That's run by a company in the US. It's kind of borderless. And when you click on an ad, that revenue goes to the US or some other country. Or it could be a local company here servicing other people around the world. But in the blockchain world now, we're post-internet, it's going to be much, much more global. So each country should try to develop their local talent, the local, what we call Web3 economy, so that they can service the rest of the world. The better the country, the better countries that can do that, the more money they will make from the rest of the world. So the old concept of like limiting everything by a country border is going to be quite tough going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned about talent, actually, interestingly, because I think the competition for talent is also global now, right? And you yourself actually worked in worked in the crypto or like a trade exchange in Tokyo, right, a while back in 2005. What advice would you give to the Gen Z now, who is starting out, right? They were digitally native, now they're crypto native. What would you say to them today to build their careers?
It's a tricky one. So I think different people have different skill sets. I typically recommend people, especially the younger generation, to become good at one thing first. Because of the global competitiveness, so today we can hire the best programmer anywhere in the world, in Indonesia, in Jakarta, in other places. They can work from home. So the competition is global now. So you got to be very good at what you do. And if you try to be very good at many things, it's quite a bit harder than trying to be good at one thing first. But as you become more like seasoned, more experienced, people can become more generalists. Founders, CEOs are typically generalists. But I typically recommend people to be good at one thing first, and then grow from that. And also have a very global mindset. Don't just look for jobs in the local economy. If you're a programmer, for example, there probably are higher paying jobs in more developed countries, etc. But you can work from here and live here, and it's a beautiful lifestyle here, and have those jobs. And also learn about new technologies. The world is changing really, really quickly. So for the younger generation, always learn about new technologies.
No, thank you. Any closing statements for the audience?
Not much. I mean, so over the last week, there's so much turmoil in our industry. But I want everybody to understand that's not reflective of everything in the industry. The industry goes through ups and downs. We have one or maybe even more bad players in the industry, but the industry is still growing. So we're still building. Yeah. So thank you for your support.
Yeah. Thank you very much, CZ, for your time today. Everybody, CZ. Thank you so much.
Mr. Aldi, thank you so much, and also Mr. Chow for the inspiration and stories that you just shared. And we can learn that self-custody is a fundamental human right. That's what Mr. Chow tweeted on Sunday. You are free to do it at any time, just make sure to do it right. And he also explained and mentioned that crypto is actually like internet in the first days. It was a new technology for transferring information, internet, back then. But because of what we were able to build, technologies, communication, etc., thanks to the internet. And crypto is just like the internet. It's a new technology, but now we can do many things, different business model, transferring money, storing money, and many other activities. And it comes with risk, as with other new technologies. And he also pointed out that current taxation done by governments is actually not optimum. Don't tax on transaction, but tax on the corporate income. And because of big liquidity, he also said that more people come to Binance, and he also pointed out that we do need more decentralization. Mr. Chow also pointed out that industry has to protect consumers, not only the government that has to do it. Industry players need to set very high tone and standard for the industry itself, and regulator does have a role. We need to make it clearer clearer in regards with the regulation on cryptocurrency. All right, now we're moving on to another exciting, and I can guarantee this must be one of the sessions that you have been following and looking up to. And we're having another insightful one-on-one conversation with one of the top global leaders in technology, with the main topic of navigating future disruption of global technological innovation. The baseline was so cool. I'd like to invite Mr. Anindya Bakri, who has been joining us now, the CEO and President Director of PT Bakri and Brothers, and also the one and only Mr. Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla Inc., SpaceX, and now Twitter as well, joining us virtually. Take it away, Mr. Bakri.
Ladies and gentlemen, no need introduction. Please welcome Elon Musk.
Sorry,
Hi,
we're
Elon.
actually just weirdly.
Nice
Hi, we had a power outage about 3 minutes before this call. My apologies. That's why I'm like bizarrely in the dark.
Elon, you are lucky because you have unprofessional moderator. It's the first time I'm doing it. But I'm sure we're going to have fun, especially when we wear this shirt.
Great.
Thank you for wearing it. We sent it 15,000 kilometers across the globe.
Thank you. Thanks for this awesome shirt.
Just quick thing, Elon. The batik that you have is from Central Sulawesi, from small village. It is a place where you have a lot of nickels there, so you may like to visit there.
Great.
And they have this ambition to make net zero industrial park with clean energy. So that's why this batik bomba is special. I hope you like it.
It's great. Thank you for this awesome shirt. That's great. I love it.
Yeah. Elon, I know you are a hard worker, but with a lot of headlines that you make lately, if I were you, I would jump on a plane and fly to Bali and kind of like hike a little bit or relax. Why don't you do that?
I mean, that sounds fantastic. But my workload has recently increased quite a lot. I mean, oh man, I have too much work on my plate, that is for sure.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Elephant in the room question, Elon. Of course, Twitter. First, how does it feel to be media mogul? Okay, noted.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Next question.
I'm sort of more like, is Twitter sort of media, but it's not exactly media. I mean, it is a medium as opposed to media. So it's but I mean, it's to speak because there's no way to make everyone happy. That's for sure.
I see. Now, Elon, we are Twitter nation, fourth largest in the world. A lot of millennials and Gen Z. Even President Jokowi has about 19 million followers. What is the future of Twitter for these developing countries, but already in G20, including the likes Brazil and India? Can you share a little bit?
I think Indonesia has an incredibly exciting, bright future because there's just so much youth and energy, and the population. I think a lot of people in the world don't realize that Indonesia has one of the world's highest populations of any country. So I think the combination of the youth, energy, large population, a lot of resources. I think the future is extremely exciting for Indonesia. So. Yeah, I'm I guess bullish on Indonesia, if you will. I think it's a very, very exciting, bright future.
So there was a thought, I think we interacted a little bit in Boca Chica about Twitter TV. Because over here, information is being disseminated using free-to-air TV antenna to 17,500 islands. Imagine user-generated content, short videos, trending topics. Is it a good idea or bad idea?
No, I think that's a great idea. Twitter for sure, I think needs to do a lot more on video, and it's kind of a no-brainer to enable a longer video on Twitter, and also enable content creators to make a living with content that they submit to Twitter. So. Twitter really needs to give a revenue share to content creators in order for them to make a living creating content and having that content be on Twitter.
Oh, great to hear that. Now, let's talk about Tesla. Now, the world is decoupling, Elon, as you know it, right? And of course, with the conflict, Russia-Ukraine, it will make it even worse. This decoupling also make the electric vehicle supply chain separated within the East and West. It looks like it. So they are making separate supply chain. Now, you are a global company, Tesla is, global customers, but gigafactories in China, Germany, and Austin that I thank you for hosting us in. How do you navigate through all of this?
I have to say it's with great difficulty. I'm really working at the absolute most amount that I can work from morning till night, 7 days a week. So this is not something I'd recommend, frankly. Yeah. I don't know what else to say, but it is, and I'm just looking at this video and it's so bizarre.
Well, you look like you're in a dark place.
I'm sitting here in the dark, surrounded by candles.
I know.
It's so bizarre.
So that's the beauty of being in equator, Elon.
Yeah.
When it's dark there, it's bright here. Hey, Elon, Indonesia has this ambition to be electro state as opposed to petro state. In the past, petro state, but today electro state, right?
Sure.
So we want to be the Saudi Arabia of decarbonization.
Great.
We have peatland, mangroves, tropical forests, carbon dioxide capture. We also have critical battery materials. We also have potential for renewable energy. How should Indonesia contribute to this stabilizing the EV ecosystem? In your view?
Well, I think Indonesia is making a significant contribution already with the production of critical ingredients for batteries. So nickel, as you mentioned, is a key ingredient in lithium-ion batteries, especially for long-range vehicles. A lot of times people hear the word like lithium-ion battery, but lithium is actually only a few percent of the battery weight, whereas nickel is actually a majority of the battery weight in long-range vehicles. and which will also be essential for aircraft, which require a high energy density battery pack. So, so I think, and then Indonesia is also doing a lot of renewable energy generation. So, so the combination of sustainable mining, renewable energy generation, and just overall, sort of advancements in internet connectivity and education, I think Indonesia is going to make a great contribution to the world.
Oh, great, great, thank you. Now, a lot of developing countries are already in G20, like Indonesia, today hosting, and you have India, South Africa. Any thoughts about making a little bit more affordable but still good quality Tesla? Maybe we call it Model I, Indonesia, India?
Yeah, I can't speak too much about the future Tesla product development, except to say that we do think that making a much more affordable vehicle would make a lot of sense, and we should do such a thing.
Oh, great, great to hear that. So let's go to SpaceX, Elon. So when we went to Boca Chica to see your facility, impressive facility, by the way, right? First, I have never been to Starbase, right? But I overheard some engineers saying that maybe the best place to launch these rockets are from the equator. So
yeah, it's true.
It's true, right?
Yeah,
Indonesia
actually,
has...
like the best would be at like a really tall mountain at the equator.
Okay, mountains on the equator, got it. So Indonesia has 5,000 kilometers of equator. And in fact, our new capital is going to be on the equator.
Cool.
Should we be talking more about launching pads of SpaceX being in Indonesia? And maybe also you can launch some Starlinks. We need some connectivity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think long term it would make a lot of sense to have launch platforms around the world. And I think you could actually even have a situation where you travel by rocket from one part of the world to the next, because then you can travel at over 20 times the speed of sound. So for a rocket can get to the complete other side of the world in 45 minutes, and half sort of to most places in about 20 minutes. So I think that this would really open up the world if you could travel conceivably, to anywhere in the world in less than an hour.
Yeah. By the way, Elon, over here in Indonesia, you are not called Elon Musk. You are called Mas Elon. Mas is brother.
Okay, cool.
Brother Elon.
Thank you.
So Mas Elon, we threw some questions on social media asking what would you ask Elon if you happen to see him live, right? And maybe you have heard this question, but why do you talk so much about sending people to Mars while probably more than half of the people on Earth still think that the world is flat?
Yeah, well, I think it's an exciting future if you can imagine like where we're a spacefaring civilization and a multi-planet species, and ultimately out there among the stars. And that's just, I find that to just be an incredibly exciting, inspiring future, and to think that one day that such things might happen. And the world, of course, will always have problems, and that we need to solve the problems of Earth. And I think 99% of our effort should be on solving the problems of Earth. And I think 1% of our effort should be on being a spacefaring civilization and a multi-planet species, because that's just incredibly exciting and inspiring. And there need to be things. Life can't just be about solving problems. they've got to be things that inspire you and that make you glad to be alive and happy to wake up in the morning.
From SpaceX, going back to Earth. Boring Company, we had a chance to go to your facility in Las Vegas. Now, Indonesia and a lot of developing countries, and even developed countries, have a lot of traffic. Are you thinking to do projects of Boring Company in developing country cities, especially maybe using electric buses? So you can solve two things at the same time, traffic and CO2 emission.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, my joke about tunnels is that tunnels are underappreciated. I mean, it's not the best joke in the world, but I think the only answer that I can see for congestion in cities is tunnels. I think flying cars are. I think because of the fact that they generate a lot of noise and a lot of wind, and there's always some possibility that it will fall on your head. And it certainly would not be good for privacy if flying cars were flying over your house all the time. I think, on the other hand, that tunnels do not suffer from any of those issues. And so like you can think of flying cars as like 3D above ground, and tunnels are like 3D below ground. And we have some of our first tunnels with electric vehicles operating in them in Las Vegas. So I'd encourage anyone who visits Las Vegas to try them out. It sounds so simple, but electric vehicles in tunnels are absolutely an answer to the worst possible congestion of any city, because you can go as many layers of tunnels deep as you would like until the traffic congestion is addressed.
Great. Thank you. We're getting to the end of the interview, so I'm going to try to take advantage of it.
Sure.
The right questions to ask for the millennials and Gen Zs. We have 70% of the Indonesian population. They are in that category. What are the great questions to ask today, looking at the next 20 years? Because in 20 years, Elon, Indonesia wants to be in golden era in 2045, 100 years of the independence. What are great questions to ask?
You asked me what are the great questions to ask?
Yeah. What should be they ask? What they should be asking?
What do you think about that?
Well, we are not millennials and Gen Z, so that's okay, I guess.
Well, I think one of the questions to ask is, what future do you want? Like, what is the good future? I think one where civilization is growing and the scope and scale of consciousness are growing along with it is a great future. Obviously one where we transition to a sustainable energy, because the counterpoint is unsustainable energy. The faster we can transition to a sustainable energy economy, the better. But we will transition to a sustainable energy economy. Just a question of how long it takes. And then I think just furthering human knowledge so we can understand the nature of the universe and our place in it, and how we got here, and the meaning of life. And as I said earlier, going and exploring other star systems, and maybe we'll find alien civilizations, or discover alien civilizations that existed millions of years ago, may no longer exist, but we see the ruins of ancient civilizations. I think that would be incredibly interesting, just to go out there and explore the galaxy.
I see. Thank you. And Bobby, the last question. You are a true global citizen, born and raised in South Africa, made it well in America, becoming global entrepreneurial hero. We are here in Southeast Asia. So what should the next, and maybe better, Elon Musk of the East be focusing on in the next 10 years? Because a lot of people in this room, they want to be Elon Musk of the East. Why not, right?
Well, I mean, I'd be careful what you wish for. I'm not sure how many people would actually like to be me. They would like to be what they imagine being me, which is not the same as actually being me. I mean, the amount that I torture myself is like next level, frankly. I mean, I think like if anyone who does something like useful, like builds products or provides services that are of use to our fellow human beings, is doing a good thing. So that's I'll just say, like, maximize your usefulness and value to the rest of humanity. Yeah, I mean, that's it really. Yeah.
Well, Elon, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And one more thing, Elon. When we started this session, we started with Elvis song. A little less conversation and a little bit more action, please. And you certainly have done that. Even in the middle of the night, you just put on candles to save energy. So thank you for appearing in front of us.
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you so much, Pak Anindya Bakri, for the light and also meaningful conversation with Elon Musk. Actually, honestly, Elon and Pak Anin, I was wondering, was it real Elon Musk? But it was, yes, it was really Elon Musk, because the concept was in the dark. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got Elon Musk already, we got Mr. Chow, and it's really interesting what Elon Musk had to say earlier about Twitter, that he has also confirmed that creators, maybe many of you here are also content creators like myself, will be able to monetize their content on Twitter. And there's a development as well, maybe you have heard about this, of $8 that accounts have to pay to get their accounts blue checked, or for those people who have blue check mark, they have to pay $8 per month. And Elon is also optimistic about the prospect of EV, especially in Indonesia. And it was really interesting when Pak Anindya asked about why sending people to Mars when many people on Earth still think that Earth is flat. And he said that, I find it to be a very interesting future. The world has always had problems that we need to fix. And life is not only about living life, but dream about something too, excited about something too, that makes us happy to wake up in the morning. That's really meaningful, and hopefully it will inspire many, many people here, especially the Gen Z. And a message for the Gen Z that he said was, what future do you want? That was really meaningful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to the next session. We will have a keynote address from the Executive Chair of Bezos Earth Fund and Executive Chairman of Amazon. This is no less interesting, I guarantee, addressing the topic of balancing global economic growth and environmental protection. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Jeff Bezos.
distinguished guests, excellencies, fellow business leaders, let me commend the Indonesian government for your leadership at the G20 and the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce for your leadership of the B20. We meet in complex and difficult times, facing the triple crisis of conflict, COVID, and climate. As business and government leaders, how should we approach the current situation? Let me suggest 3 principles that are helpful to me. First, let's learn from the achievements of the past. When I was born, the average person in the world lived 53 years. Today, the average person lives 73 years. World poverty rates in that time have fallen by 75%, and adult literacy has doubled. And even though the world population has grown greatly in that time, food production has risen even more rapidly. Technology advance has played a major role. The cost of solar power has fallen 99% since 1979, when President Jimmy Carter installed solar panels on the White House roof for the first time. Innovation, education, entrepreneurship, and better public policy are responsible for these gains. We've been confronting challenges since we've been writing history, and we humans have always found a way to rise above them. Second, success will require us to address immediate needs while also laying the foundation for a better long-term future. As governments and businesses address urgent problems of inflation, debt, and increased risk, it remains important to also keep our eyes on the enduring challenges, addressing the climate and nature crises. Our planet's surface is made of astonishingly thin and fragile layers. I was reminded of this last year when I went into space with Blue Origin. I was told that seeing the Earth from space changes the lens through which you view the world. But I wasn't prepared for just how much that would be true. Looking back at Earth from up there, the atmosphere is so obviously thin, the world so finite, and also so beautiful. Our atmosphere, vegetation, soils, and seas make life livable. Their beauty also makes life worth living. But they're being degraded, and at an alarming rate. The world is warming, the seas rising, storms intensifying. Our oceans are acidifying, and our fish stocks are declining. Soil is eroding, and deserts are encroaching. We know how to reverse these trends. Solutions require public, private, and citizen leadership. At the Bezos Earth Fund, we're working with others to monitor 50 key transitions that need to happen for us to address climate, nature, and development. These include phasing out internal combustion engines, decarbonizing steel and cement, raising food crop yields, reducing food loss, and empowering indigenous communities to manage tropical forests. For each of these factors, we try to identify how close they are to positive tipping points and what barriers we can help remove in order to cross these tipping points. This helps us decide how to allocate the $10 billion in grants that the Bezos Earth Fund will be making this decade, and we welcome others to join us in this approach. My final suggestion is this: let's not get stuck in the mindset of either-or thinking. Many business and government leaders would like to be bold in reducing environmental damage, but they fear it will raise costs and hurt growth. But we now know that smart action against climate change doesn't just stop bad things happening. It also can improve resource efficiency, drive new technology, reduce uncertainty, and lead to new opportunities. It is this new understanding that encouraged us to set up the Climate Pledge and set a goal to reach net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement goals. As part of this pledge, Amazon aims to power all its operations with 100% renewable energy by 2025, and is working to convert its delivery fleet to electric vehicles. Just yesterday, we announced an agreement with PLN for 210 megawatts of renewable energy across 4 utility-scale solar projects in Indonesia. This is a first-of-its-kind agreement in Indonesia. Amazon is inviting other companies to join the Climate Pledge, and 376 have done so to date. Working together with all of our combined human ingenuity, we will invent our way out of this box. We will protect this planet and improve economic growth and well-being. We will do both. Our human challenges are big, but by walking side by side, working together, our human capacity to solve them is even bigger. Don't lose faith, and never ever let anyone tell you it's impossible. Thank you.
It was also interesting and inspiring as well from Mr. Jeff Bezos. 3 principles that he holds dearly and he has believed in. First, learn from the achievement of the past, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard before, in terms of life expectancy, number of poverty, and this is our aim. The cost of solar power has fallen 90% since 1979, since the installment in the White House, and that makes us optimistic that solar power, solar panel will be much cheaper now and in the future. We've been confronting challenges since we've been writing history, he said, but we've always found ways to rise above them. Jeff Bezos also mentioned that success requires us to address immediate needs, but also lay the foundation for better long-term future. And it's really interesting as well that he pointed out about the collaboration between Amazon and PLN. PLN is Indonesia's electricity company for 210 megawatt of renewable energy across 4 utilities scale solar projects in the country. All right, let's now move on to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen. We will hear a keynote address to lay the foundation of our next panel discussion under the topic of how public-private partnership can accelerate transformative economic growth. And now please allow me to welcome to the stage the head of Nusantara Capital City Authority. Please welcome Mr. Bambang Susantono.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, honorables, ladies and gentlemen. I see here also the chairwoman of Business 20, Ibu Sinta Kamdani. Congratulations so far, Ibu. A very good day to all of you who is joining us in the sessions, and it is a great pleasure for me to join here at this Business 20 Summit. And allow me first to convey my gratitude to the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Kadin, as the host of this event. Let me open the discussion today by stating a point that is, I believe that all of us in this room agree with, that infrastructure development is key to economic growth in developing countries in particular. Infrastructure provides a more level playing field, opens up opportunities to increase prosperity and lift more people out of poverty. In fact, this is the underlying reasons why for Indonesia to embark on the bold task of creating a new national capital, Nusantara. The decision to move our capital is a major effort to create an inclusive and equal economic growth in Indonesia by providing a new center of gravity for economic activity. This is critical because cities and their infrastructure are one of the key drivers of a country's economic growth, and new city development can act as an important backbone of the local, regional, and national economies, as it provides social and economic benefits to society. When we talk about the cities, we are reminded on the fact that countries need to prepare for massive urbanizations. Take Asia as an example. More than half of the population in Asia will be moving to cities by the mid-21st century. That is about 120,000 people per day, which equal 20,000 new dwellings, 250 kilometers of road, and 6 million liters of clean water that need to be built or provided every day for the next 28 years. The fact alone highlights the massive needs for infrastructure in Asia. A calculation from the Asian Development Bank several years ago suggests that this region will require around $1.7 trillion per year until 2030 to build the needed infrastructure. We need to be mindful that the number was calculated before the COVID-19 pandemic. Certainly, the infrastructure needs post-pandemic will be bigger as government now realize the need to build infrastructures that are resilient against not only financial and climate crisis, but also the health shock. Overall, the government in Asia can only supply about 60% of the required amount to build such infrastructure. Thus, the involvement of private sector is essential, and this opportunity is opened by the public-private partnership, or PPP. But generally, a much wider implementation of PPP has been hampered by a lack of champions and of capacity to push through these precedent-setting projects. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, there are three critical issues that need to be addressed to get PPPs on track. One, securing the right knowledge and skills. Two, improving the investment climate. And three, better project preparations. Let's talk about the first issue, the need to have the right people. Sometimes I also like to say that PPP is an acronym for procuring professional people. These people could be government officials with a strong vision to lay the groundwork for PPPs, or they could also be technical experts who make the projects happen on the ground. In particular, the expertise to appraise, manage, and deliver successful PPPs is crucial. Thankfully, there have been efforts to upskill people involved in PPPs. Some global and regional skills accreditation programs are available, as well as some PPP basic training to ensure a common minimum level of knowledge and understanding amongst practitioners. Having such a standard will help provide guidance for obtaining resources with better consistency. The second factor I wanted to touch upon was the investment climate. I hope the distinguished panel can later share the latest situation on PPP investment environments around the world. But I can briefly note some encouraging development in Indonesia. Overall, there has been relatively good progress on a PPP-friendly legal and regulatory framework. There is also a good range of enabling instruments, which include an infrastructure fund for investment, a guarantee fund, a viability gap fund, and a project development facility. This indicates the government's strong commitment to accelerating private sector participation in infrastructure development and investment. The third and the last point on project preparation is probably the most important of all three, and that gives yet another acronym for PPP, which means properly prepared projects. It is fair to say that our region's infrastructure demand does not have a matching large pipeline of bankable deals, and this is the biggest hurdle to seeing more private investment into infrastructure. I hope the panel can explore this element further, but from my experiences, generally government often struggle with the investment upfront in the knowledge, expertise, and process that is needed to properly prepare projects or PPP. As such, we believe having better skills backed with a good climate for the PPP, as I mentioned earlier, can significantly help to increase the number of bankable and sustainable projects. Another related factor that should be considered is to build good and strong PPP centers, which can act as the lead agency for facilitating the PPP's development in the country. Lastly, countries should actively tap into available resources provided by international development agencies, many of which provide PPP advisory service to governments, and with their regional experiences, these agencies can also be a good source of best practices in public-private transactions in other countries, and this can be further strengthen the capacity of countries' authority. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me now briefly update you on Nusantara development that is relevant to our discussion today. Only 20% of Nusantara development will come from the state budget. The remaining 80% will come from various sources. For this, we welcome contributions from private sector, including through public-private partnership, which can be user payment or availability payment schemes, with the government can provide guarantee, partial construction support, or viability gap fund. I'd like to note that the development of Nusantara will closely follow the principle of the ESG, environment, social, and governance. So Nusantara will also be attractive to investors who are keen to make sustainable investment. I'm also pleased to update you that the government is finalizing a government regulation, peraturan pemerintah, that will provide a set of special incentives for investing in Nusantara. This will provide provision of tax holidays, special super tax deduction schemes, and others. I can assure you that the level of incentive that we will offer in Nusantara will be the best incentive in Indonesia. To facilitate business transactions in Nusantara, the government is forming a business entity that will be fully owned by the authority. This enterprise will represent us in commercial ventures, including in managing PPP transactions, and is designed to expedite business-to-business or B2B dealing with the private sector. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, I hope you agree with me that infrastructure development challenges are also opportunities. With better skill, a good investment climate, and strong project preparation, we can build the infrastructure we all need to drive the growth. I would like to close by noting that PPPs are not a silver bullet. The partnership should be a core component of a holistic plan to overhaul national infrastructure. We should remain focused on the primary goal of providing quality infrastructure as the key to economic growth and also prosperity. And I'm looking forward to the active participations from every one of us to bring us closer to this goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pak Bambang, for the updates and also your inspiration about PPP. Mr. Bambang Susantono is the head of Nusantara Capital City Authority, as the president targets that in 2024, the new capital city of Indonesia called Nusantara will start its operation. It is now in the process of moving the capital from Jakarta to East Kalimantan, and we call the new capital as Nusantara. And earlier, Pak Bambang also mentioned that the moving of Indonesian capital city from Jakarta to Nusantara in East Kalimantan is a major effort to create inclusive and equal economic growth, which is not Western Indonesian centered or Jakarta centered or Java centered, but inclusive and equal economic growth. And involvement of the private sector is super important. One of the examples is the development of Nusantara itself. And he also highlighted about the keys to putting PPP on track, which are securing right knowledge and skill, improving investment climate, and enhancing project preparation. Therefore, he also mentioned that PPP is not only about public-private partnership, but also about providing professional people and properly prepared projects. While we're still waiting for the set for the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, let me update you with our schedule after the break later, that we're going to also take a listen to what Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, in her capacity as UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, has to say, as well as actress Anne Hathaway in her capacity as UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, speaking about unlocking the full potential of women in the economy. And still talking about Nusantara, though, it is really interesting as well about the update that Mr. Bambang Susantono has shared to us, that Nusantara funding scheme, 20% of the budget comes from the government budget, only 20%, and 80% are from other sources, which are public-private partnership, company participation, international financing, and creative financings. And it is a great privilege for Indonesia to update this in front of many business leaders, international business community, that everyone is welcome to participate and collaborate, in which doing business in Nusantara, Pak Bambang divided into two terms, in which under the draft government regulation on investing in Nusantara, there will be tax holiday for investment, tax holiday for office relocation, special treatment on customs and excise, special tax treatment for financial center, and special treatment for value-added tax. All right, now the set is ready, and we're ready to move forward to the next panel discussion. The topic of the next panel discussion is how public-private partnership can accelerate transformative economic growth. I would like to invite the moderator and panelists to please come up on stage. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Andrew Staples, The Economist Impact from The Economist Impact, Mr. Paul Pullman, co-author of Net Positive, Alvaro Pereira, OECD G20 Deputy Finance and Acting Chief Economist, Bruce Armstrong, Group Chief Executive Officer at Aspen Medical, R. Dinesh, Executive Vice Chairman of TVS Supply Chain Solutions Ltd, and last but not least, Ms. Natalie Black, His Majesty's Trade Commissioner of the United Kingdom. To Mr. Andrew Staples, please take it away.
Good morning still. Delighted to be with you today. My name is Andy Staples. I head up the Policy and Insights team at Economist Impact, which is the Research and Insights division of the Economist Group. Very happy to be here today to discuss this theme with my esteemed panel. It has been estimated that G20 countries will face perhaps a $10.6 trillion funding gap for infrastructure by 2040, given current trajectories. As we heard in the keynotes this morning, public-private partnerships, or PPP, will be pivotal in closing the gap, as is the need for both businesses and governments to co-pilot economic growth and accelerate the transition to more sustainable futures. However, PPP schemes are often held back by unclear regulations or allocation of risk and responsibilities. These challenges need to be overcome, and the key questions for us today is how we can do that. To get us underway, I would first like, however, to take a step back and consider the role of PPPs that PPPs have played over the past 2 decades. And I'm delighted to call on Alvaro Pereira from the OECD to give us some context and insights about their understanding of PPPs. Alvaro, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, obviously, we are talking about huge funding gap that we have. We just heard a very important project here in Indonesia, but all around the world. Many countries are facing with the issue, how can they boost investment at the same time they're able to provide some sort of goods and services to their populations. One of the things that we've seen over the past few years, exactly in terms of infrastructure, in the areas of ports investment, airports, and hospitals, and many other areas, many countries have used PPPs as a complement to provide public goods. This is quite important because public investment has been dropping quite significantly across almost every country of the world, not in every single one of them, but it's been a very general trend. And so very often PPPs are coming into the fold to try to complement and try to boost investment in these countries. So how have countries designed these PPPs? Well, as I said, especially in terms of projects, big infrastructure projects, or projects in which they are dedicated to certain areas like hospitals, very often you need to have first a strong and clear regulatory framework. So we just heard, in fact, this is something that you are doing here in Indonesia. This is very important because obviously if you don't have a good regulatory framework, you might not be able to attract the investment that you need to do this project. So strong, clear, transparent regulatory framework, I think, is very important. Secondly, it's very important to share risks, for sure, but also thinking that basically PPPs are basically a financial tool, not necessarily the way that you're going to make the growth more inclusive or innovative. You know, as I said, this is a tool, financing tool for you to do this type of projects. But what we've seen also around the world is that besides the strong regulatory framework, it's very important that governments around the world are able to provide units to make sure that PPPs also are sustainable. One of the problems that we learned from some countries in the last 2 decades is that sometimes countries are not careful enough in the regulatory front or in the budgetary front. And you create contingent liabilities that afterwards can plague these projects and plague the governments. We just had, in the last 10 years, some countries, especially in Southern Europe, in which PPPs because there was not a strong regulatory framework. There was contingent liabilities that then afterwards came back to haunt them. So it's very important to have a clear, as I said, transparent framework. At the same time, get the incentives right. We just heard from Indonesia, very strong tax incentives, very strong regulatory incentives for the companies to feel attracted and feel welcome to the country. And again, to bet in some areas that I think are crucial needs for the country is key. So roads, airports, ports, all those areas can be quite important. And obviously, probably just to end up very quickly, you know, one of the big areas that we're going to see going forward is exactly the green transition. And so this is an area in which, for sure, the private sector and the partnerships between the private and public sector will be crucial for us to match the funding gap that we need to accomplish. Thank you.
Hathaway, thank you very much, and for highlighting the role of government there, particularly around creating the regulatory framework and an attractive investment environment. But Paul, if I could come to you, the other side of that coin is business. And what do you see as the role for businesses to get involved with PPP, and what is the current state of play?
Well, the role of business is enormous, as you can understand. Society wouldn't function without business, the financing, the resources, the innovations, and that's increasingly clear. And I think embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals that run from 2015 to 2030 with a simple objective of irreversibly eradicating poverty and doing that in a more sustainable and equitable way. The 17 goals, 169 targets, I think 85–90% of them recognize the role of business. I always say business cannot succeed in societies that fail, nor can business be a bystander in a system that gives them life in the first place. And what we see currently is an enormous gap emerging, even more so after COVID, between what is needed to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals and what we're actually putting in, individually and collectively. Part of that reflects a broken multilateral system. Part of that reflects an inertia on the side of business. So we need to, a part of that reflects really a lack of funding that flows into that direction. So these are the issues that we need to address individually and collectively, and it's in our interest to do that, to be honest. Now, if you look at the business community, recognizing that the multilateral situation is difficult, that governments have a hard time taking care of what they are elected for, we just have to step up and fill that void. My argument has always been very simple. We benefited from reasonably good governance in the world and built enormously successful businesses. I did with Unilever and being in every country in the world. But when they fall short a little bit, we have to fill that void. And unfortunately, the reality is this audience probably being the exception, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But if you look on a macro level, very few businesses are willing to engage with governments. For example, in the US, where the numbers are more readily available, it's less than 6% of CEOs that say they want to engage with governments. Now, if you look at business people themselves in their business models, very few are also willing to engage with other partners, even in their own value chains. 80% of companies still haven't made commitments beyond scope 1 and 2. Scope 3, for example, which is your value chain, has probably 80% of the carbon emissions. And the reason we're not moving forward at the speed, I think, is because companies define their responsibilities a little bit too narrowly. So the reality is, if we want to make this world better, we have to close that financing gap, which is estimated to be $3 to $5 trillion. That financing gap is going up. It's not going down, unfortunately. If you look at the combined ODAs of governments, you talk $150 billion. That big gap needs to be filled by business. Business needs to step up. It's the most important message. What does that mean at the end of the day? I think in most cases, we actually know what needs to be done. We have the technology. On a global level, we have more money than we know what to deal with, to be honest. So how can we now muster, if you want to, the leadership to make that possible? This is not an issue in the end of the day of climate change or inequality or food security. These are symptoms of our failures. The main issue that we have to address, frankly, is greed, apathy, selfishness. And that has crept into the private business world, if you want to, as well. The famous Milton Friedman shareholder short-term myopic focus. And we've done very well to create an enormous group of leaders that are willing to, or that are able to practice that enormously, but it's not benefiting us anymore. So what we are arguing in our book is very simple. when you've overshot the planetary boundaries to the extent that we have, we're living well beyond our planetary boundaries. At the same time, we need to create an enormous opportunity for development in still about 80% of the world. The numbers simply don't add up. We need to do things differently. So the very simple question we ask in our book is, how can companies profit from solving the world's problems, not creating the world's problems? And how can you ensure that as a company that the presence in this world of your company makes this, it makes this a better world, yes or no? And what we see finally is that companies that are positioning themselves very well are companies that first and foremost take responsibility of their total impact in the world. All consequences, intended or not, beyond scope 1 and 2. These are companies that run the longer term multi-stakeholder business models, hence the partnerships. These are companies that see shareholder value as a result. They need it, they understand that, but they see it as a result of what they do. And last but not least, these are companies that are involved in the broader systems changes that society needs. Optimizing within a current system that isn't designed to deliver anymore only brings you so far. And it's that latter aspect that we need to step up individually and collectively.
Thank you very much for bringing that sort of personal leadership aspect of this in there as well, and to echo Klaus Schwab from this morning, that stakeholder capitalism is a crucial context for us to operate in. We're going to get to industry leaders in a second, but Natalie, if I could come to you as His Majesty's Trade Commissioner for Asia Pacific. The UK was a very early user of the PPP mechanism over the past 2 or 3 decades, but how is that informing the role that you have at the moment, and particularly around trade and investment from the UK?
Thank you very much, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. It seems particularly apt to be talking about public-private partnerships at the B20. This is exactly what we are doing here, and Ibu Shinta, my good friends at CADIN, thank you very much for the way that you've convened us so successfully here. So public-private partnerships. I think the habit is to emphasize the finance aspect of it. That is incredibly important. We've already heard about the huge gap in infrastructure financing, particularly in Asia. So ADB assesses there's around a 2 trillion gap a year. Now the UK is working to try and be part of a contributing factor to address that, particularly here in Indonesia, where through our UK Export Finance Agency, we have £4 billion available for those companies that want to work together on addressing issues. And having just heard around the movement of the capital city, we have a number of British companies who are contributing to those efforts. So finance is absolutely key. But I think quite often we focus on the dichotomy of the public versus private, and even, Andrew, if I may say, as part of this panel, there's the private and then the public over here. But actually, for me, the key word is partnership. Yeah. That's what delivers a successful PPP. I've seen that in the UK, and I've seen that across the region. Now, what does that mean in practice? I think it's absolutely key to listen to your stakeholders, whether that's the local community, as we've just been hearing, whether that's the local businesses that you want to benefit, particularly MSMEs in this part of the world, but of course also big corporations. What does that look like in practice? Just to give you a very tangible example, we worked with the Indonesian government on access to the education market here. And in 2019, the Indonesian government changed the regulations so companies from overseas can invest in the education market. And later this month, we will have 14 universities from the UK who will come to Indonesia to find opportunities to start setting up their own degree programs and build capacity here. So Glasgow's coming, Warwick's coming, Exeter's coming. So incredibly tangible opportunities, but based on listening to the market and finding ways to evolve those partnerships over time that recognize that nothing is static here. So even just going back to UK Export Finance, which I just mentioned, at COP27, we're the first country to install new clauses in our contracts, which will mean that if you're a low-income country or if you're an island country that experience a significant climate shock, we will delay your repayment. So we are very proud of UKEF, but we have to keep evolving it over time. And we have to keep listening to what the market and what stakeholders want. So for me, even as a representative of the public on this panel, it is absolutely all about the partnership.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to now bring the focus on to our business friends here as well. Bruce, at Aspen Medical, you've been involved in PPP projects around the world, not least here in Indonesia and Fiji, the Middle East and elsewhere. Listening to our colleagues here on the panel, could you give us some sense of your experiences of what's worked well and why, and particularly around that issue of partnership?
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew. And I'm going to start to answer your question by asking the B20 audience just to consider some words. So, health systems, jobs, investment, economy, growth. Now, they're just words until they're all brought together. And all of those are inextricably linked to a successful public-private partnership health infrastructure projects. Today, I just wanted to, in answering your question, just touch on the value that the private sector brings, and also the importance of positive government engagement. And then I'll just very briefly touch on 3 public-private partnerships that we're doing around the world at the moment. So first of all, the value that the private sector brings. So clearly, we come along with our own intellectual property, our knowledge capital, and innovation. But I'll talk about innovation is not only in the way that we deliver. There is innovation in the way that we are going to bring finance to those particular projects, and that's really important in getting them going. We also bring all of our experience to these public-private partnerships in capacity building, in these nation-building projects, I would term them, that we're doing. And that leads me on to the importance, the second point, the engagement with the government. That we heard our other speakers speak about the importance of partnership with government, and I couldn't overstate that. These successful PPPs start with that engagement with the government and the vision that they might bring. You know, we've heard some fantastic speakers over the last 2 days, but I thought for me, the one that really resonated was the Minister for Health, Minister Budi. And he spoke about the importance of health infrastructure projects and being not just, and he totally understood, it was investment coming into the economy, and that meant jobs, improved tourism, and that helps the economy. And we support that, and that's why we're investing in Indonesia in a project for over $1 billion USD. So very important, that engagement with the government. Just touching on a couple of 3 examples of public-private partnerships that we're doing around the world at the moment. First one with the government of Fiji. That is a very traditional build, operate, transfer, where we competed on a competitive tender and were selected by the government of Fiji, working in consultation with the International Finance Corporation and the World Bank. And in that one, where we are delivering on 2 hospitals, 305 beds at Latoka and 70 beds at Bar Hospital. And it very quickly became apparent in our partnership with the government of Fiji that this wasn't just about the health system. Of course it was about the health system, improving that for the people of Fiji, but it was about the economy. It was about making the tourists feel confident that they could go to Fiji and get international world-class standard. And we're on that journey with the government of Fiji, and I'm really pleased to report that only a couple of weeks ago I visited Fiji and was witness to the first continuous capability around heart surgery in Fiji, and was able to even stand at the door of the ICU and get the thumbs up from patient number 1, whose life was saved by that public-private partnership that is going on between ourselves and the government of Fiji. Second one I'd touch on is the government of Abu Dhabi and the Department of Health. They have a very clear master plan on how they're developing health in Abu Dhabi, and we're part of that. We're delivering super clinics, I'd call them, across the underserved areas of Abu Dhabi. We've got 3 of those complete and open, and the next 3 will be open before the end of December. And they've had that vision on how they're going to improve their health system in that country, and we're really pleased and honoured to be playing a part of that. And the final one, but definitely not the most important, the least important, is the one here in Indonesia. The governor of West Java had a very clear vision that he wanted to improve the health system across Java, West Java. 50 million people in West Java. And we're really honoured that we've been invited to be part of that and working closely with him in doing so. Over the fullness of time, the project will be 23 hospitals and 650 clinics of various sorts across West Java. That's going to be in excess of a $1 billion USD investment in that project. And our estimate is that that'll be 50,000 jobs in West Java. And these are important not only for the health system, but I'm sure you can all acknowledge for the economy as well. I'd just like to conclude and maybe summarise by saying that this engagement with the government is extremely important, but I'm looking out, this is the B20, and I'm putting out a challenge to everyone here who's in business that we have this opportunity to do good for the world. Please consider how you're going to do that, and don't just say, well, we might do, we might not. You've got a chance, we've all got a chance to do better for the world and to take us on this journey, government, private sector, together. Thank you.
Bruce, thank you very much for bringing some of that to life. But Dinesh, if I could come to you as well and get a sense of your interaction with PPPs in India, in the UK, but also perhaps if you could speak to that issue of transferring or sharing knowledge and innovation and how that can inform the partnerships that you've been involved with.
Thank you, and a pleasure to be here. I think for me, PPP actually means, if I can say so, the improving the quality of life and the ease of living. And obviously that is going to result in growth. If I first start with the India example, I think if I looked at first the hard infrastructure, and I mean by that the ports and the roads, etc., I think they have been very successful in creating not just great infrastructure, but also entrepreneurs who have come out and have now created an opportunity to create value and wealth for future generations as well. And that has worked because in a way, the funding has been unbundled from the service provision. And as you go down that path, I think there is a great opportunity for which we can learn to see how we can proceed forward to that, and maybe I will cover that if we have an opportunity later. But the second part is what I would call as a utilization of that infrastructure. And I think the biggest challenge when we look at the returns from this investment, which is where I think many PPPs have had challenges, has been on what I would call the frugality with which we approach this. The utilization and the mapping of the data which come out of it. And that has been our experience, where especially we have been working with the UK government or UK government arms in terms of whether it be the defense or it be the NHS during COVID period, in terms of making sure we are able to get real-time information flow of what do we need to do to make the PPP more successful. To not just share data, but also work on the data and create the solutions so that we do not really have a time lag between that and cost. So for me, the way I would look at it would be that PPPs will be successful first if we have the goal in mind, which is to make sure that we are bettering the quality of life. Second is that we unbundle the solution. Third is we look at it from how do we utilize the assets, the best of the knowledge, and as I said, we can talk about more examples. But the best and the most important fact is how do we make sure data is available real time? How do we utilize that data to work on it? I would call it a review mechanism, a feedback mechanism is done so that we can actually improve the utilization of that. Because every project ultimately has to give a return, whether it be, as I said, you can measure it in two ways. One is better quality of life, or other is a financial return, which it provides to the players who are going to be involved in that. And that's what I think we have been working on, or we have learned from working with governments like the UK, where they have been very proactive in terms of allowing us to have the access to the data and usage of the data real time, managing the utilization better.
Thank you very much. Alvira, I'd like to come back to you and think about sort of ideal partnerships and what we've looked like. We've heard about some of the challenges, we've heard about some best practice, but if you look out over the OECD, what are some of the steps that you would encourage governments and the private sector to be taking, to be focusing on?
Well, I think the key is certainly the word partnership, as we heard before, and opportunities for both sides. I think that's certainly very important. But remember, on the government side, I think PPPs can, if there's not a strong regulatory framework, can create some sort of risks, especially to government budgets when basically when they are used, these PPPs are used to circumvent budgetary constraints. It could happen. And so this is not ideal. However, I think an ideal partnership between the public and the private sector, I think it's very important that the public debt accounting standards are set, but also that PPPs are recorded as public debt and do not create discontinuous liabilities. So very often what governments do to make sure that this doesn't happen, we create the PPP unit in the Ministries of Finance, so to make sure that everything is transparent and according to plans. And I think it's quite important to go forward with a strong PPP framework. Also, remember, PPPs very often are important, especially when there's not, the economic context don't change dramatically, whereas, for example, when demand does not change dramatically. For example, for airports, for ports, or for the green transition, as I mentioned before. But also, I think it's very important that the optimal risk allocation is in this type of projects must be driven by the nature of the project and not by the choice of the private financing option. I think this is quite important. And obviously, sound procurement procedures for large infrastructure projects, I think this is quite important. In terms of ideal partnerships, a good ideal partnership for the future would be certainly in this green transition part, besides all the areas that we mentioned before. Because we're talking about, right now, the key when we're facing our major for global financial and energy crisis, a global energy crisis, the key is right now on energy security, but in the medium to long term, the key is going to be energy security is going to be akin to investing in the green transition. So this will be a great opportunity to develop some sort of framework. Just to give you an idea, we estimate right now we are investing about $1 trillion every year in terms of green financing. So that means, in order to do transition, you need to invest in grids, you need to invest in new infrastructure, you need to invest in huge infrastructure projects or smaller. But by 2030, we estimate that this has been tripled every year. So that means that there will be huge opportunities. The funding gap will be there because the public sector will not be able to provide this sort of amounts, and so that's why the partnership that we're just talking about here in this area is going to be key. In order to have a better planet, in order to have a more sustainable future, this is an area where developing sound PPPs would be very important, and a good regulatory framework will be very important so that we are able to also go towards a future that is brighter for all of us, especially we address the huge challenge of carbon mitigation.
Now, Natalie, I'd like to come back to you because we're hearing about the great opportunities that are there, and I think we can understand that. But when you're talking to the private sector about some of the projects that you're involved with, what are some of their concerns? What's holding them back, and how can you get them over those concerns?
Thanks, Andrew. I think it's a really good question. And this discussion is incredibly important because at the end of the day, to deliver a just energy transition, there is no way that we can't pursue public-private partnerships. We have so many examples of business and of government trying to go it alone on various different issues, and it just doesn't work. And actually, they receive significant blowback and end up being in a worse position. So I think the challenge is the right one. How do we design public-private partnerships that are going to be effective and deliver the sustainable growth that we are all looking for? I am His Majesty's Trade Commissioner for Asia Pacific. I am responsible for our trade and investment across 15 markets in the region. So I see a huge amount of diversity of feedback from businesses operating in the region. But the number one piece of feedback I always hear when it comes to delivering the outcomes that businesses want to see is transparency. Really understanding what is going on in markets, what are the demands, what do customers want to see, and then for the construct of public-private partnerships, how are they actually going to work in practice? And this is across a whole range of issues. So we've been talking about data, for example, a real hot topic in this part of the world. Big debate about data localization, not just here, but across the region. To have effective public-private partnerships, what is the role of data in that? What does it mean for the data localization debate? Huge question. What's the funding model return? What are the expectations in terms of the longevity of the deal? The fact is, the biggest opportunity for PPPs in this region is infrastructure. So you are talking about very long time horizons, and that's something that we all have to get comfortable with. And that comes back to the transparency point, being really upfront about the long-term investment that is required. Again, the capital city example is a very, very good one, because British companies involved, the Tony Blair Institute, Arup, they all know that that is a long-term project. So I think transparency is a core theme for getting PPPs right. That's what companies want to see, and particularly in the area of data, given the big digital demands in this part of the world, but also being realistic about the timelines of financial returns.
Thank you. We're just into our last 5 minutes, so I'm going to be really quick, but I'd like to hear from Dinesh and Bruce and Paul to come to you for a final comment and a call to action, I think. Dinesh, we're just hearing there about transparency. You were also talking about data. What else would be the #1 success factor to focus on?
I think it's an ability to build a quick consortium around the best service providers in each category and bring them together. And I think the one other key factor which maybe we are forgetting, yes, infrastructure has to be built up, but if we are going to be meeting the kind of sustainability goals or the kind of new age thinking which has happened, I think there will be two soft infrastructure which will really require support, which will be the digital infrastructure, and if I can say so, the support for kind of the electrification or the green hydrogen which is going to happen. So as we look at, so to say, this overall portfolio, what can we make better? I think it has got to be a complete partnership approach, not just with government and businesses, but government and businesses working together in terms of not just infrastructure management, but utilization of that.
And Bruce, same question to you, drawing on your experiences, what would be the #1 thing for you to share for your colleagues in the private sector when they're thinking about PPPs?
Yeah, so based on the experience we've got around the world on PPPs, you've got to start with a framework clearly of an agreement that has clearly defined responsibilities for all parties that are involved. But my key point is, once you get into delivering, once you get into operationalising those contracts, there's got to be strong engagement and goodwill on both sides to make it work. Because without that, then you hit significant roadblocks and the project is in danger.
Paul, I'd like to come to you. Earlier on in the conference, we were hearing a lot about the importance of trust, and trust is going to underpin these partnerships, as is transparency, and all the other best practice that we've been hearing. You were challenging, I think, the business community to step up and realise this opportunity and to be thinking more about their role in society with a broader set of stakeholders. I wondered if you could just have a final comment to our audience and here and beyond.
Well, final comment on trust will be very clear, because trust is probably the ultimate currency that we need to work together, because it is about aligned objectives. It is about a belief that you deliver your added value and I will deliver my added value. It is about trust that you hold each other accountable and responsible. And what you see in the world right now, in Greta Thunberg's terms, is a lot of blah, blah, blah. But frankly, that is actually true. If you ask companies, all the commitments they make, what they actually do is a huge gap. There's no question about it. Many sign up blindly for the net zero 2050 because that's sort of the popular thing to do, to be invited to these events. But then the actions behind that are missing to a great extent for many companies, not the exceptions that are undoubtedly in the room here. And if you ask employees, for example, do you see what the CEOs or the leaders of this company say? Do you actually see it implemented in your companies? You have a gap of 30, 40 percentage points all over the world when you do that. And that obviously undermines your your own workforce, your engagement scores with them, your employer brand. So these things are important, that we walk the talk and talk the walk. And that is probably the most important thing with trust. Now, what we have here is a bigger issue, which is trust that we as business community have with society. It's a contract of trust. When we put the goal number 17 in the Sustainable Development Goals, that was deliberately underpinning all the other 16 goals, which was a goal of partnership. But it wasn't a contractual partnership of you do this and sign a contract and I do this. No, it's a partnership for humanity. A partnership where we understand that if we put ourselves to the interest of others, we would be better off itself as well. A partnership where values like equity, like dignity and respect, like compassion for everybody is in there. It really starts with that. The famous African proverb, if we want to go fast, we go alone. If we want to go far, we go together, really boils down to this. And what business now needs to do, I think, is not only in order to gain that trust, to get where we want to be, not only deliver on their promises or step up in many of the cases to do that, but also be part of the broader issues that need to be solved. We have a tremendous issue now in the functioning of multilateral institutions. Organizations like the ICC getting involved. How do you make the IMF or the World Bank or the WTO, how you make that work? We have a tremendous gap in development financing. How can we step up and help give these governments courage that we actually can find more development financing? We have a absence of markets for things like natural capital. For countries like Indonesia, enormously important. How can we move away from these very opaque voluntary markets to really put the right schemes and regulations in place to make it work? Business really has a role to play there. And I could go on to many of the other parts. Just came from Sharm el-Sheikh. The world commits 100 billion on climate financing for loss and damage, but has as best given, after many, many years of negotiations, 80 billion. Many would argue the real numbers are 20 billion. How can we as business step up and say, make your commitments come true, so that when you do that, we are actually build that trust on which we can build other things. So speak up, be part of the efforts to change our global systems, go beyond your comfort zone. I very simply say to CEOs, if you don't take responsibility of your total impact, you're missing a point. And I know it's uncomfortable. If you set targets that you can get away with, which you know that are not enough, then you're doing a disservice to the world. Set targets that make you feel uncomfortable. Set targets that science demands you to. And when you find out that when you set these targets that are making you feel uncomfortable, for which you don't have all the answers, it automatically brings you to these partnerships to try to solve them. The companies that do that increasingly are starting to think net positive, that think regenerative, restorative, reparative, that are part of these bigger transformations, are increasingly doing better in the marketplace and actually are valued more, interestingly, by the financial market. So here you have a choice as companies. Either you become net positive and position yourself very well to the future, or you continue to deny that and are heading at an increasing pace to the graveyard of dinosaurs. Make your choice.
Thank you very much. I think a very clear call to action there. And just to pick up on one point there, match words with actions. And I think on that point, I'd like to invite all of you to thank our panel for all of their thoughts and insights today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Staples, thank you very much, and all the speakers, thank you very much for sharing your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, that session actually concludes our session for this morning, and before we continue, you may enjoy the delicacies that we have provided at the Singaraja Hall. Once again, food and delicacies are provided at the Singaraja Hall for your lunch, though we kindly request for you to be back in the main hall by 2 p.m. as we will have many inspiring sessions later on. At 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, please return to the main hall as we will have many interesting sessions, one of which is from the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, and also the signing ceremony of $2 billion of Green EV Fund to invest in the end-to-end value chain of the EV ecosystem across sectors. And we would also like to thank our sponsors without whom this event wouldn't be possible. PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Indonesia Financial Group, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumber Masarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park. Thank you also to Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, and PT Grab Technology Indonesia. And I would like to update you with some information for delegates who are joining the B20 Summit dinner later at Taman Bagawan. We will together depart at 6 p.m. from the East Lobby. We will depart together at 6 p.m. from the East Lobby. East Lobby is located at the photo wall and also the red carpet. It's located in front of those two, in front of the photo wall and also red carpet from the East Lobby. And also, please bring your B20 Summit ID for entrance. So we will see you at 2 p.m., ladies and
LG boleh tanpa terima kasih. Situ tapi yang
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to B20 Summit Indonesia 2022, Day 2. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, we would like to invite you to please enter the main ballroom as our next session will start shortly. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, please return to the main ballroom as our event will start shortly. For those of you who are already in the main ballroom, you are kindly requested to please be seated. You are kindly requested to please be seated as our event will start shortly. There will be several head of states speaking at this particular session, so you are kindly requested to be seated right now. Thank you very much. And for those of you who are joining us virtually, we still recommend you to wear headphones for a better sound quality. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, please return to the main ballroom as our event will start shortly. And for those of you who are already in the main ballroom, we would like to have your cooperation to please be seated. For those of you who are joining us virtually, we recommend you to use headphones for a better sound quality. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you, for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please do return to the main ballroom as we will have several head of state speaking. For those of you who are in the main ballroom already, please be seated. And of course, for those of you joining us online or virtually, please use headphones for a better sound quality. We would like also to inform you that your left belongings are secure with our security guards and they are located in the help desk. You can recollect your belongings and items at the help desk. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. We'd like to invite you once again. So for all of you who are still at the foyer area, you are kindly requested to enter the main ballroom. And for those of you who are already in the main ballroom, you are kindly requested to be seated. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to please enter the main ballroom. And for those of you who are in the main ballroom already, you are kindly requested to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us again on the second day of B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. We would like to invite all those of you who are still at the Voi area, please return to the main ballroom as our next agenda will start shortly. And for those of you who are already in the main ballroom, you are kindly pleased to be seated. You are kindly requested to be seated because we will be having several head of states speaking. And also, for those of you who would feel that you need the translation device or the SIS device, you are kindly invited to use it, and it's available on your seat. Once again, for those of you who will need translation device or SIS, you are kindly invited to use it, available on your seat. And last but not least, lost and found items. You can recollect the lost and found items at the help desk in front of this ballroom. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be given the opportunity to introduce to you an inspiring leader from Asia, His Excellency Yoon Suk Yeol, President of Republic of Korea. Sorry.
신탁 함단이 B20 의장님, 그리고 전 세계에서 오신 기업인 여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국과 특별한 인연이 있는 B20 서밋에서 여러분과 함께하게 돼서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 여러분들께서도 잘 아시겠지만 G20 정상회의와 연계해서 개최되는 B20 서밋은 2010년 G20 서울 정상회의를 계기로 시작됐습니다. B20는 당시 글로벌 금융위기를 극복하는 과정에서 각국 정부 간의 협력뿐 아니라 기업 간의 협력도 매우 중요하다는 인식에서 출범했습니다. 이제는 글로벌 이슈에 대한 민간 소통 채널로서 확고하게 자리매김을 했습니다. 기업인 여러분, 저는 오늘 여러분께 글로벌 복합 위기 극복을 위한 기업의 역할, 그리고 디지털 전환 시대의 글로벌 협력에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. B20 서밋이 출범한 후에 지금 10년이 지났습니다. 세계 경제는 또다시 복합 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 역사적으로 볼 때 글로벌 경제 위기는 반복돼 왔지만 각각의 위기는 조금씩 다른 모습을 보여왔습니다. 현재 우리가 직면한 위기는 2008년 글로벌 금융 위기나 2020년 팬데믹 위기와는 그 양상과 대응 방식에서 다른 모습을 가지고 있습니다. 2008년 글로벌 금융 위기는 금융 시스템의 붕괴로 인해서, 또 2020년 팬데믹 위기는 방역을 위한 봉쇄 조치로 인해 총 수요가 급격히 위축되면서 세계 경제가 큰
sending
충격을
strong shockwaves through the entire global economy. Through international coordination, interest rate cuts, liquidity supply, and fiscal expansion measures were taken. And governments drove the efforts to restore financial systems and increase vaccine supply, for instance, in response to those crises. However, the crisis we face currently was triggered less by demand-side factors, but more by shocks on the supply side. During the recovery from the pandemic, supply chain disruptions and an array of geopolitical conflicts served as compounding factors, driving up production costs and shrinking supply capacity. Accordingly, a solution to the current crisis must come from the supply side as well, and government roles also need to be redefined. The private sector and the market should play central roles in transforming economic systems and strengthening economic fundamentals to surmount a crisis. I have always emphasized this point. It is in this context that efforts are underway to drastically overhaul the regulations that hinder corporate investment and foster an enabling environment for businesses. Government spending, if unnecessary and non-essential, is dramatically cut to restore fiscal soundness and prevent fiscal spending from crowding out private sector investment. That is my belief. At the same time, Korea is significantly increasing R&D investment in science and technology that businesses find difficult to afford themselves alone, as well as support for talent development in frontier technology sectors. Business leaders. Given the current global circumstances, key to the private sector-led supply-side innovation is, in my view, digital transformation. Digital technologies are being applied to existing industries and data to reduce costs and generate new added values, a process that is constantly leading to new business creation.
The private sector-led growth that the Korean government is pursuing also places its strongest focus on digital transformation. To ensure that digital companies are not held back by the regulations of the analog era, Korea is bringing innovation to outdated regulations while working to create a business-friendly digital regulatory environment that promotes self-regulation in principle. Also, to cultivate talent needed for the digital age, Korea is embarked on education and vocational training reforms as well. For artificial intelligence, next-generation communication, cybersecurity, and other core digital technologies, intensive support is being provided for their development. Notably, the Korean government is currently pursuing digital platform government as a priority task, through which the private sector takes the lead in dramatically enhancing the quality of public services, while government data and private services emerged to create new value in an enabling environment. In the meantime, for supply-side innovation that harnesses digital technologies to help further enrich the lives of humanity, we need to channel our energy on materializing universal values in the digital space as well. Last September in New York, on the occasion of my attendance at the UN General Assembly, at the NYU, I proposed that for freedom, solidarity, human rights, and other universal values of humanity to be realized also in the digital world, the entire world should engage in efforts to build and safeguard a new digital order. The digital ecosystem must be open to everyone, and anyone should be able to access and use digital data in an equitable manner. In this vein, I believe that the B20 is the most fitting public forum for discussing the global digital order. In this year's B20 summit, many digital companies that are spearheading digital businesses are taking part. You understand the digital world better than any others, and at the same time, we all share the responsibility for creating a desirable digital order, transcending borders and leaving no one behind in sharing the benefits of the digital era. The B20, I hope, will lead the way in shaping the digital order that is relevant for us all. Committed to leading the G20 discussion for establishing a new digital order, the Korean government will fully support the B20 and G20 in their close collaboration towards that end. Business leaders from around the world, for private-led supply-side innovation to pull us out of the complex global crisis, cooperation has to take place not only amongst governments of each country, but also between private and public sectors and across the private sector in a harmonious manner. And to that end, the B20 needs to play different roles and also adjust its positioning. From the outset, the B20 has gathered views of global business leaders to support governments in their international coordination through the G20, the role it has fulfilled faithfully. At this G20 summit as well, I am sure that facilitation of digital trade, enhancement of inclusivity of global supply chains, and other diverse agendas for cooperation discussed thus far have been put forward by the B20. However, the B20 should now work to not only identify its own unique global business cooperation agendas, but also act as a vehicle for forging partnerships among companies. Through this, I hope that the B20 will position itself as a linchpin of multi-tier collaboration for global supply-side innovation. The Republic of Korea, as one of the global leaders, will stand behind and support the B20's active role to overcome the current global crisis with greater speed and make a significant leap forward beyond. For the entire world, let us gather our wisdom and move forward together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol. Once again, thank you, Mr. President. Now, ladies and gentlemen, apart from the President of the Republic of Korea, we'll be having 3 other state leaders speaking on the stage later. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, the Prime Minister of Canada, and the Prime Minister of Australia. And we're also going to take a listen to what Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, in her capacity as UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, has to say, as well as actress Anne Hathaway in her capacity as UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, speaking about unlocking the full potential of women in the economy. And later, we will have also the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayedi. But I'd like to take you back to the previous sessions, as we had many inspiring speakers and also inspiring leaders sharing to us, especially for those of you who has just joined the second day of B20 Summit just now after the break. And we had Mr. Jeff Bezos and Professor Klaus Schwab that we will later share to you again about what we have gained from both persons. But now the set is ready for the next session. Now we move on to another keynote address touching upon the importance of driving global partnership to accelerate energy transition. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayedi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon to you all. May I begin by convening the greetings and regards of the leadership of the UAE to the Republic of Indonesia and its people, and applaud your nation's presidency of the G20 over the last year. It's my pleasure to be back in Bali and addressing you at this important forum. The B20 summit plays a vital role in connecting the insights, experiences, expertise of the business community to the policy agendas of the global bodies and governments. The private sector in G20 countries remain the principal driver of the global trade. Collectively, they represent 75% of the all cross-border commerce. They also make up 54% of the UAE's non-oil trade, which has a value of $281.1 billion. It's in the real world of commerce and consumption that ideas are tested, battle-hardened, and either refined or rejected. And it is why the input of the private sector is so critical to the drive long-term transformational changes. Today, there are a few changes quite as critical as energy transition, both as a means to ensure access to energy sources for growing global population and adhere to our commitments to the Paris Agreement. The math is simple, as it's daunting to ensure global temperature don't rise by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. We need to reduce emission by 50% by 2030. And according to the United Nations, this will require cumulative investments of more than $24 trillion into energy transition technologies over the upcoming 27 years. Alongside the financial investment, there will also need to be a comprehensive policy approach that balances the competing needs of business, society, and environment, especially in the developing world. During G20 summit in Rome last year, it was made clear that not enough is being done, that we are already falling well short of our targets. And as we emerge from global pandemic and confront the growing threats of recession, it's important that our short-term needs for growth does not overwhelm our long-term commitment to the planet. As such, multilateral approach that harness the public, private, and academic sectors across the world are now required. This simply is not an issue that can be tackled in isolation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates believes it can offer an important voice in this conversation. As a major oil producer, we have been engaged in energy transition since our foundation as a nation in 1971. For us, it means not only switching from one supply to another, but reimagining the very fundamental of our economy. And just as the oil and gas industry now contributes less than 28% of our total GDP, it's our ambition that hydrocarbon will be less than half of our energy mix by 2050. We are already making strong progress. According to the Green Fuel Index, the UAE has increased our renewable energy capacity more than any other countries in the world over the last 10 years, thanks to the facilities such as Sheikh Hamad Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park in Dubai, world's largest single solar facility. We now produce the cheapest commercial scale solar power on the planet. In 2009, we commissioned the Middle East's first peaceful nuclear program, and today Baraka plant in Abu Dhabi is saving 5 million tons of CO2 every year. It's perhaps no surprise that Abu Dhabi, our capital, was chosen as the global headquarter of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. Importantly, these capabilities are forming a new form of energy exports from the Gulf. The UAE now has the means and knowledge to catalyze energy transition in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. We have now invested $50 billion in clean energy projects in 70 nations across 6 continents, and continue to partner with countries around the world to increase capacity wherever it's needed. Just last week, the UAE and United States of America signed a partnership for accelerating clean energy, which will invest $100 billion to deploy 100 gigawatts of clean energy by 2035. At COP last week, we announced a joint venture to build a 10 gigawatt onshore wind farm in Egypt, capable of offsetting 23.8 million tons of carbon dioxide. This follows our other huge international partnerships, including a pioneering project between the UAE, Israel, and Jordan to trade solar power electricity for drinking water, and investments in hydrogen production in both UK and Africa. This partnership's approach can be seen right here in Indonesia. In 2021, Masdar, the UAE Renewable Energy Pioneers, and Indonesia PJPI joined forces to construct 145 megawatt Serata floating solar planet, the first in Indonesia. Energy transition is also a key component of our new foreign trade agenda launched last September last year. Our comprehensive economic partnership agreements are creating a new platform for joint ventures and investments in solar, hydrogen, and wind, and sparking research and developments into other critical areas such as water and food security. In July this year, we signed CEPA with Indonesia, a landmark deal that will remove and reduce tariffs on 90% of product lines, remove unnecessary barriers of trade, and create a framework for investments. These measures will help push the value of bilateral trade between UAE and Indonesia from 3 billion to beyond 10 billion within 5 years. The UAE-Indonesia CEPA is building on firm foundations. In the first 9 months of 2022, non-oil trade reached $2.8 billion, 33% growth on the same period 2021. And since 2019, we have concluded agreements with combined value of $32 billion, many of them, as we have mentioned, in renewable energy. We have added to these bilateral agreements here in Bali with 16 new MOUs covering sectors on diverse as aviation, healthcare, electricity, mobility solutions, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, it's this broad-based multilateral approach that can be applied to a range of issues, and it's clear that our net zero commitments are not in opposition to the growth objective that can help catalyze them. And many of the investment community already agree. The Global Greenfields Investment Trends Report from 2020 says that renewable energy received $85.2 billion across 466 projects in 2021, making it is the biggest single recipient of FDI. The current energy supply crisis is a point of concern, but it should be a moment of realization. We already have many of the solutions at our fingertips. What we need to do now is mobilize the capital to begin these projects where they are needed. It is, I fully believe, the ultimate win-win investment. We in the UAE are ready to work with the international community to unlock these opportunities and deliver the best possible retain sustainable access to clean energy. Looking forward to work with many of you and enjoy the rest of the events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Al-Zoydi. Some important points to highlight that according to the Green Fuel Index, the UAE has increased their renewable energy capacity more than any other country in the world over the last 10 years. And in 2009, as the minister said, the country commissioned the Middle East's first peaceful nuclear program. And today, the Barakah nuclear plant in Abu Dhabi is saving 5 million tons of CO2 every year. And there's a coordination and collaboration as well with the Indonesian government. The UAE has means and also knowledge to catalyze energy transition in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, including in Indonesia, in which 145 megawatt Cirata floating solar plant was jointly constructed in 2021 by PGBI and Masdar, the UAE's renewable energy pioneer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to the next session. I'm pleased and honored to share with you that we have a very special speaker, as we mentioned earlier, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. Queen Maxima has served as the United Nations Secretary General's Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, or the UNSGSA, since 2009. As a special advocate, she is a leading global voice on advancing universal access to and responsible usage of affordable, effective, and safe financial services. The UNSGSA raises awareness, serves as a convener, encourages leaders, and supports actions to expand financial inclusion at a global and country level, all in close collaboration with partners from the public and also private sectors. Thus, here presenting to you on the topic of enabling digital transformation to promote financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Majesty Queen Maxima.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join with you virtually and to support Indonesia's B20 presidency. I thank you for this opportunity to put financial inclusion at the heart of our discussions. These are difficult times for people everywhere, and we're all seeking new ways to tackle the challenges before us, from COVID to conflict to inflation to climate change. Inclusive finance offers new opportunities to build resilience, weather shocks, and invest in a more prosperous future. Over the last decade, a quarter of the world's adult population has gained access to financial services. Today, 76% of adults globally are now financially included. In my work as the UN Secretary General's Special Advocate, I have seen the remarkable difference that inclusive digital infrastructure, in concert with digital financial services, make for people and small businesses. From Jakarta to East Africa, millions of small merchants are now paid and making payments with their own phones, transforming their ability to invest. During the COVID pandemic, governments from Brazil to Togo sent emergency digital payments directly to vulnerable households at unprecedented speed. But we should move beyond payments. A broad range of financial services, such as savings, insurance, and credit, are needed for individuals, households, and SMEs to fully benefit from the digital economy. We also need continued commitment to put in place a digital financial infrastructure that is inclusive, safe, and equitable. Greater connectivity and digital IDs allow access to financial services for millions previously left behind. Fair competition and interoperable payment systems help markets work better for even the smaller scale customers. Cybersecurity, consumer protection, data governance, and digital literacy help marginalized communities navigate these services in ways that really work for them. India offers a good example with the India Stack, which combines ID cards, a payment interface, and account aggregators in one easily accessible platform. Peru and Estonia have shown how smaller countries can also have digital IDs, payments, and e-governance use cases to build digital stacks that really work for all. Public-private collaborations are key for innovation and scale. Indonesia's digital and employment assistance programs, Kartu Prakerja, has demonstrated how partnering with digital training institutes, job platforms, online marketplaces, and fintechs helped support over 11 million beneficiaries. This includes building skills to start businesses or find employment, while providing cash assistance directly to the e-wallet in their mobile phones. Private-private partnerships that provide services across entire value chains is also crucial, especially for SMEs. There are many examples of fintechs creating digital ecosystems to help small businesses digitize their inventory management, marketing, payments, credit, and sales. Suddenly, these SMEs leap forward and connect to larger markets beyond the brick-and-mortar presence. Critical here is the transparency in the collection, sharing, and usage of customers' and SMEs' data. Most customers grant consent without reading the terms and conditions, which are often long and hard to comprehend. Individuals and businesses often do not know the value of the data they create. And even if they do, they find it difficult to assert their rights or benefit from the value in the form of better products or lower costs. This is urgent, as platform-based businesses increasingly explore using customers' data footprints to embed financial services in social media, e-commerce, and entertainment platforms. During today's summits, you will be able to discuss all these important issues. So, let us ask, how can we finance, design, and govern this digital stack infrastructure in a more inclusive way? How can we empower individuals and SMEs with their own data? And how can public-private and private-private collaborations further take advantage of these digital transformation possibilities to provide services to the vulnerable, as well as enable them to benefit from the digital economy. It will require action from all stakeholders, especially the many leaders from the business, policy, and financial sectors here today from Indonesia, G20 countries, and around the world. Your role is crucial. I wish you every success in your efforts to create a digital financial system which really benefits everyone.
Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, a very important message indeed from the Queen of the Netherlands. And the Queen also said that we should move beyond payment for digital financial services because we need savings, insurance, and also credits that are needed by individuals, households, and MSMEs to fully benefit from the digital economy. And we also need to put in place a digital financial infrastructure that is inclusive, safe, and equitable. And it's really a pride moment for Indonesians that she mentioned about the pre-employment card, or in Indonesia we call as Kartu Prakerja, because personally it was very close to me, Kartu Prakerja. I was assigned to host and also MC the launch of Kartu Prakerja, or the pre-employment card. And that Kartu Prakerja just started like months, but then the pandemic hit and the government needs to act fast and adjust and also transform Kartu Prakerja into assistance fund. So the card that was supposedly designed for assistance, for entrepreneurship, for retraining, upskilling, then was transformed into assistance fund. And that was a proof of the agility of the government of Indonesia in transforming that facility into something that people can rely on to survive during a very difficult time during the pandemic. And I believe that many governments and also many business leaders did the same agility into their country, into their business to save lives, because we were facing difficulties back then. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to do some adjustment about the scheduling. I would like to invite now Hathaway to remind us about how important equality is and how important women's role in making our life better, and the importance of women to be given the same opportunity. Please welcome Anne Hathaway.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to speak to you today as a goodwill ambassador for UN Women. Women's participation and equal power is fundamental to progress for everyone. I'm sure you are aware of the evidence which shows conclusively that equality between women and men make us all safer, happier, more prosperous, and more successful. And yet, the reality in which we find ourselves is that at the current rate of progress, it may take another 300 years to achieve gender equality. I hope we all agree this is 3 centuries too long. It is going to take more than hope to get us to a better future. Our current position is far from good. Progress for women and girls is in dramatic reverse in many countries. Rights and freedoms that women and girls had experienced as normal, to work, to learn, to make choices about their bodies, have been abruptly taken away. Some of those losses have been legislated or imposed by governing authorities against courageous resistance. Others have been brought to light and sharpened by unprecedented global crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic had a devastating impact on us all, but it hit women especially hard. There was a frightening intensification of domestic violence against women. Another threat to women's safety was the seismic loss of economic opportunities. Millions of women left the workforce in 2020. They lost their jobs at faster rates than men and have stayed out of the job market longer. And now, as fuel and food prices rise globally, amidst the climate emergency and sustained military conflicts, women's incomes, as well as their contributions to businesses' success and the recovery of markets, matter even more than ever. Ironically, the pandemic also showed us just how much our future progress depends on the skills and leadership of women. Women sustained our healthcare systems and invented life-saving vaccines. As leaders of countries, they gave us some of the most effective responses to the pandemic. And yet, we show time and time again that we do not equally value women's participation, contribution, and leadership. This year, in 169 countries and areas, that's most of the world, women's labor force participation is expected to stay below pre-pandemic levels. What can we attribute this to? Well, it's my regret to share with you that during the pandemic, women did an additional 512 billion hours of unpaid care work at home. While I let that statistic sink in, I would like to acknowledge the essential importance of care. Care is fundamental to the basic functioning of our economies and societies, and I'm not meaning to suggest otherwise. In fact, the reality is, everyone will need care at some point in their life. However, we must also recognize the reality that the current way care is provided and valued is unfair and unsustainable. We must address the cultural biases that automatically label care as women's work. Even before the pandemic, women spent more than 3 times as many hours as men on unpaid care and domestic work. It was unfair then, it's worse now. It's time to admit that something is very, very off. Whether or not we mean to, the fact is, we are taking advantage of women. Simply put, we must stop penalizing women for caring. We must stop relying on women to make it work and instead proactively make possible, support, and fairly compensate care work. UN Women has observed the care that's appreciated and properly valued in all its form is a critical missing link in unlocking the full potential of women in the economy and in society, which is, of course, the same thing as unlocking the full potential of everyone in the economy and society. Governments, businesses, and civil society can all play a role in this. UN Women would like to propose these practical and immediate actions. Ask governments to support care services, pay the taxes that fund them, prioritize the creation of family-friendly workplaces which include flexible working hours, paid parental leave, and in-house childcare facilities. This is a moment when we must urgently act not only to restore what has been lost for women and girls, but to end the harmful status quo which keeps inequality thriving. The stakes simply couldn't be higher. The world, not just women, needs innovative solutions more than ever. Optimizing inclusivity is our best chance at success. This esteemed group, which I am honored to address today, find themselves tasked with making decisions that shape lives. I urge you, put women at the heart of economic growth and recovery. Be the architects of a better future by doing what no one else has effectively done before. Prioritize women for the good of all. Thank you.
That was a very powerful message from Anne Hathaway, UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, unlocking the full potential of women in the economy. And one of the most interesting points that I think was pointed out by Ms. Hathaway was that women and men suffer more during the pandemic, but women suffer more. And we're taking advantage of women, and we penalize women for caring. So we need to change and put women on priority for the better good of all. It is really consistent with the B20 legacies that was kicked off yesterday, or was inaugurated yesterday. One Global Women Empowerment, or OGWE, aggregating existing capacities and networks to accelerate and scale impactful women empowerment efforts globally. And the objective of the B20 Legacy One Global Women Empowerment that was inaugurated or strengthened yesterday was that to facilitate the acceleration of impactful inclusion of women in businesses in the global economy by providing digital capability, knowledge sharing, funding and investment, technical support, and supportive policies. And hopefully the B20 legacies can be translated into actions and will benefit women in general. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next session. This is to announce a special B20 initiatives on green transition through the Green EV Fund cooperation that has been supported by the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. Just a bit of a background that we will witness a signing ceremony of $2 billion of Green EV Fund to invest in the end-to-end value chain of the EV ecosystem across sectors to achieve climate goals. We are still waiting for our speakers as well as the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, but the presentation and also the signing ceremony will give us an idea about several things. Firstly, is about why we invest in the EV value chain. This is a very critical question to answer, and later our speaker will explain about 5 different reasons why we need to invest in EV. First and foremost is that global trend of increasing environmental awareness is on the rise, and fundamental cost and technology improvements, as what Professor Schwab said earlier, that the cost of technology will decrease eventually, including for cleaner energy. And the third is exponential growth in the global EV market. And the reason number 4 being $1 trillion opportunity in the electrification of transportation. And last but not least, emerging EV market in Indonesia with supportive fundamentals. Later, the speaker, Mr. Rida, will explain more about that. But now I would like to welcome all the delegates who have just come to the main ballroom. And we're still waiting for the Finance Minister, Ibu Sri Mulyani. But we will start the procession or the signing ceremony once she arrives. And we will also answer questions, why is it so attractive to invest in the EV sector in Indonesia? So yesterday, if you joined the first day, there was a bit of rivalry between Ministers of Energy, Minister of Tourism, and also Minister of Health, arguing about which is the most lucrative, which is the most financially feasible to invest in. Is it in the health sector? Is it in the tourism sector? Or is it in the energy sector? But this session would argue that it is also important to invest in the EV clean energy sector because of some of the benefits that we will gain, not only us as investors, but also the earth and our generation. Now we would like to welcome Bapak Erick Thohir, His Excellency Mr. Erick Thohir, the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, or in Indonesia we call it BUMN. Thank you so much, Pak Erick, for coming. And for this ceremony, we're still waiting for the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani. And the reason being, ladies and gentlemen, why Indonesia is attractive for capturing the EV investment opportunity, because the country is an emerging global nickel hub. As we learned from the previous speakers in our session, that Indonesia is now committed not to exporting nickel ore or raw materials, but now the country is transforming into exporting value-added materials, value-added goods. And in the future, the country is aiming to export battery as well for EV. The second reason being robust potential EV market, because the EV sales target by 2025 in Indonesia is projected to be 2.5 million EV sales. And last but not least is huge planned investment as part of the EV value chain, that the EV planned investment by 2033 in Indonesia is planned to be 71 billion US dollars. And later, Pak Rida Wirakusuma will explain more about this. I'd like to ask the organizing committee though, can we invite Pak Rida to the stage to do the presentation first? All right. Okay, so let me give an introduction, Pak Rida. I would like to invite to come on stage the chair of B20, Indonesia's Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, or locally known as INA, Bapak Rida Wirakusuma. I have touched upon, Pak Rida, about your presentation, a bit about your presentation on how we need to invest in the EV market in Indonesia. But please continue, Pak Rida. The time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of B20 Finance and Infrastructure and CEO of Indonesian Investment Authority, it is my pleasure to present to you one of INA's upcoming investment, which is a green electric vehicle fund, together with our partner CATL, a global leader in lithium-ion battery, and CMB International, a leading investment bank in China, and the early investor of CATL and electric vehicle. As part of the Indonesian Investment Authority, we have a dual mandate to not only deliver the risk-adjusted return, but also helping the nation develop sustainably. For example, I'm pleased to also share with you, yesterday we have signed a conditional share subscription and purchase agreement between Indonesia's largest pharmaceutical and integrated healthcare, between us and Silk Road Fund, as well as Biopharma. So I'm also pleased to actually share with you that this event is really, truly part of our push, B20, G20, towards a better future for our children in terms of fighting the climate change. We can just share some of my presentation, if you may, or otherwise I can just speak. First and foremost, as you know, climate change and the transition to net zero has been a key area of focus of B20 as well as the G20. This green EV, as you know, supports the B20 legacy priority of accelerating the green transition. So it is only appropriate that in this occasion we have a signing which is witnessed by my boss and also the Minister of State-owned entity, Mr. Eric Thohir. I think people will be asking why we invest in the EV value chain. First, I think the reduction of CO2 emission drives huge, rapid pace of electric vehicle adoption as well as market penetration. Secondly, electric vehicle has come a long, long way. It will continue to become more and more advanced as well as cost efficient. In just 2 years, for example, EVs are expected to be in cost parity with conventional cars. The most significant driver of this cost efficiency is the battery cost, and which is the expertise of CATL, which fell by almost 90% in just over 10 years. Thirdly, the global market for EV has grown very rapidly. In just 3 years, the number of EVs on the road tripled. And last year, there were more than 16 million EVs on the road. It is projected that within 4 years, more than 50% of all the vehicles sold will be electric vehicles. And it is undeniably that the end-to-end value chain for EV is huge. And by 2030 to 2035, all cars are expected to be 100% electric. Now let's talk a little bit about Indonesia. The opportunity here is similarly huge. In 2020, there were approximately 136 million motor vehicles in Indonesia, about 85% of which are motorcycles. The government has set targets to support vertical integration in the EV supply chain. For example, 2030 production target is 2.5 million electric motorcycles and 600, I think this is the next slide please, 600,000 electric cars. And from 2040 onwards, only electric motorcycles will be allowed to be sold. So why Indonesia specifically? Nickel is a critical ingredient in the lithium-ion battery cells used in most electric vehicles. Within 10 years, Indonesia is expected to become the largest supplier of refined nickel with more than half of the world's refined nickel output. And I had a chance to speak on the site with the chairman of CATL, who's with us here, who mentioned to me that while nickel is an extremely important ingredient, it only so much so if the nickel price is actually within the level that is cost efficient. So, I think Indonesia cannot rest on its laurels, even though it has a lot of nickel, but if nickel price continues to go up, it's not going to be the material of choice. Number two, as you saw earlier, The motor vehicle market in Indonesia represents a huge opportunity. By 2025, for example, it is projected that there will have been 2.1 million electric motorcycle sales and 400,000 electric car sales. And finally, obviously, the total planned investment in Indonesia EV value chain only is estimated to be over 70 billion in 2023 and only going to be growing from there. All those reasons, we are extremely honored to partner together with CATL, a global leader in lithium-ion battery development and manufacturing. CATL has been the #1 ranked company globally in terms of EV battery for the past 5 years. 3.8 million EVs around the world are currently running with CATL batteries. Alongside CATL, we are also partnering with CMB International, who is an early investor of CATL and has strong proven investment track record in EV value chain with more than $2 billion of cumulative investment in EV value chain. With CATL and CMB International as the main partners, we are looking for limited partners to invest in green EV fund to seize this EV value chain opportunity primarily in Indonesia. The size of the fund that we will be announcing is expected to be at least $2 billion and will be majority invested in Indonesia. So now I would like to give the stage back to the MC for inviting relevant parties to join me on the stage for the Green EV Fund MOU signing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Rida. Could you please stay on stage as we will start the signing ceremony? Once again, this is the $2 billion of Green EV Fund to invest in the end-to-end value chain of the EV ecosystem across sectors to achieve climate goals. And Mr. Rida has explained about why it is really lucrative, why it is really important as well to invest in the EV sector in Indonesia. Now, to proceed with the signing ceremony, which will be represented by 3 parties, we would like to invite Mr. Chiang Lee, Deputy CEO of CATL, Mr. Arif Budiman, Deputy Chair of B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, Deputy CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, or INA, Mr. Hong Po Wang, CIO of CMB International Capital Corporation Limited, or CMBI. Also, to witness this joint effort, I would like to invite as well His Excellency Mr. Erick Thohir, the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, or BUMN, of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Arsyad Rashid, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin Indonesia. Ms. Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia. Mr. Cheng Yu-Chum, the Chairman and Founder of CATL. Mr. Zhu Chao, Chief Executive Officer of China Merchants Bank International Capital Limited, or C Bank. And now, to officiate this commitment, we would like to welcome Mr. Chiang Lee, Mr. Arif Budiman, and Mr. Hong Po Wang to sign the documents. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause, and may this investment towards the end-to-end value chain of the EV sectors will realize the ambition to accelerate a just transition towards a net zero world. Please stay on stage, gentlemen, and Ibu Sinta, as we're about to take photos in celebration of this important milestone. Let's now take a picture first. Ibu Sinta, let's now take a picture first in celebration of this very important milestone. Please stand behind the desk, Bapak Ibu. as we will take pictures together to celebrate this very important moment. Let's give a big round of applause once again for the signing ceremony of the EV Fund. This investment towards the end-to-end value chain of the EV sectors will realize the ambition to accelerate the just transition towards a net zero world. Thank you very much, Ibu Sinta and gentlemen. It's really inspiring to see such a signing ceremony, and it is consistent with the B20 legacy that we inaugurated. Also, we strengthened yesterday about B20 legacy, Carbon Center of Excellence. If you followed yesterday's session, there was a bell pressing or bell pushing on Carbon Center of Excellence. I'd like to give you an idea about what this B20 legacy about Carbon Center of Excellence really is. So the idea of B20 Legacy Carbon Center of Excellence is enabling the growth of carbon trading toward net zero. And the objective is to become a digital center of excellence to provide business with required knowledge to enter or scale up their carbon trading activities. And the milestone for this particular B20 legacy is that on October 2022, they launched the first practice sharing session in collaboration with the ICDX. On November 2022, they launched B20 in collaboration with Bloomberg NEF, Carbon Center of Excellence, with Select Knowledge Hub modules. And in 2023 onwards, they would develop more comprehensive advanced modules on carbon trading and conduct practice sharing sessions regularly. Now, as you can see in front of you, we are still prepping up for the next panel discussion. This is panel discussion 3 of the day, and we'll be talking about investing in inclusive growth for a resilient future. But talking about B20 legacy though, yesterday there were 4 B20 legacies that we witnessed together apart from Carbon Center of Excellence. We also had B20 legacies, which is B20 Wiki. The idea of B20 Wiki is to scale up the next generation mid-sized companies to be part of the global supply chain. And the background is that mid-sized companies make up only 2% of all business enterprises globally. So they need to be empowered because of the many MSMEs that we can find around us. And the main challenges for B20 Wiki is that lack of business acumen and lack of capabilities to capture digitalization and export opportunities. And last but not least is the Global One-Shot Program. This is to develop a scalable model to increase global equity in the development and delivery of vaccines and injectables through strategic collaboration with key stakeholders. And those were the B20 legacies that we inaugurated and also strengthened yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, the setting is ready. Now it is for us to enjoy and also follow another session with the theme of investing in inclusive growth for a resilient future. And for this session, I would like to invite I would like to invite once again for the moderator of this session, Mr. Bob Sternfels, Global Managing Director of McKinsey & Company, and Mr. Alan Job, CEO of Unilever, Ms. Kathleen Quirk, President of Freeport-McMoRan Inc., Ms. Mari Elka Pangestu, Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnership of the World Bank, and Mr. Roy Gorey, CEO of Manulife. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for this panel discussion on the topic of investing in inclusive growth for a resilient future. Mr. Bob Sternfels, the time is yours.
Super. Well, hi, everybody. I know we've had an action-packed 2 days, but I just wanted to say that I'm thrilled to be here. I'm Bob Sternfels, the Global Managing Partner for McKinsey. And more importantly, I'm very excited to introduce the panel that we have to discuss inclusive growth. I'll start with Alan Job, CEO of Unilever. Last I checked, 190 countries. I think I've got that at least close to right. But what you may not know is Alan's also the board chair of UNICEF's Generation Unlimited and the vice chair of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development's Executive Committee. So welcome, Alan. Next to Alan, we have Kathleen Quirk, the president of Freeport-McMoRan. Welcome. They're the world's largest copper company. And Kathleen spent over 30 years at Freeport. Before this, she was CFO from 2003 to 2022. So welcome, Kathleen. Marie Pangestu. Welcome, Marie. Marie is the Managing Director of Policy Development and Partnership at the World Bank. We're just sorting out some logistics here. But before joining the World Bank, Marie was the Minister of Tourism and Trade from 2004 to 2011 here in Indonesia, and the Minister of Trade from 2004 to 2011, and the Minister of Tourism from 2011 to 2014. So thank you, Marie. And finally, but not least, we have Roy Gorey, who's the President and CEO of Manulife. Welcome. It's Canada's largest insurance company and one of the world's largest asset management companies. But Roy also has a deep commitment to Asia, and before becoming CEO in 2017, was Manulife's CEO for Asia, starting in 2015. So welcome. You're also on the board of the Business Council for Canada and a member of the Geneva Association. So we're going to have an action-packed set of conversations. Before we start, I thought I'd just offer a few thought starters to get us going. And I think we'd agree that there's no more time for inclusive growth than now. And there are challenges independently, inclusion and growth. But the argument that I'm going to make is the time for thinking about this as an and. Growth with inclusion is no more important than today. Let me hit a highlight across a couple of them. We've made remarkable progress on inclusion over the past 30 years. And the number of people living in extreme poverty has decreased by 70% since 2000. That's a remarkable accomplishment. But inequity still exists. Inequity still exists. 8 out of 10 people on the planet live in societies where the income gap is widening. From the pandemic alone, we've had massive implications. Over 170 million people in Asia since 2020 fell into poverty. 170 million people. And women in particular have been hit hard by the pandemic. They represent 30% of the global workforce, but were 54% of the dislocated since the pandemic. Now, we did some work in McKinsey Global Institute to say, what if we really get this right? What could inclusive growth mean? And I'll just throw out a bit of a tagline, which is there's an opportunity by providing more inclusion to healthcare to add 45 billion years of life on this planet in this decade, to add 11 trillion to our global economy just by focusing on women's equality. And we can add 812 million workers to the global workforce in India and Africa alone by 2050. Some of the ideas that I think we'll talk about as we go through this are going to be things like the power of upskilling, the role of equitable compensation, the role that SMEs play, and how we provide access for all. I'm going to let the panelists take us into that in more detail, but without further ado, I'd love to jump in to these topics. So welcome, everybody.
Thank you, Bob.
Alan, maybe I can start with you if that's okay. You're sitting closest to me, so you get to jump in. And one of the themes that I've heard you talk about often is this notion of a living wage. Help us understand what you mean by that and how it relates to this topic of inclusion.
Sure. Selamat pagi, Excellencies, Ibu Sri, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here. Not everybody may know what a living wage is. It is simply enough money for a family to be able to feed, clothe, house, and educate themselves. And we think it's a reasonable expectation that in society we would want people to be able to do that. So a number of years ago, Unilever set about saying, do we pay all of our people a fair living wage? And it turned out we did not. It took us 3 years to get to a position where we could say with confidence, everyone in Unilever earns a fair living wage. We then last year committed that by 2030, everyone in our value chain, all our suppliers, we will require to pay their employees a fair living wage if they would like to do business with Unilever. And that extends our reach from hundreds of thousands of people to millions of people. And the rationale is as follows. First of all, employees who are paid properly are more likely to stay, demonstrate higher levels of productivity, but more importantly, it creates prosperous societies, societies that have got the capacity to buy the kind of products and brands that Unilever sells. So this is not just a moral imperative, it's a business imperative. Secondly, we know that growing wages, a fair living wage, helps contribute overall to economic growth. In fact, for every 1% increase in base wages, you get a 0.5% increase in retail consumption, which is a dramatic multiple of the investment. And third, but perhaps most importantly, socially inclusive growth is also environmentally inclusive growth. Because the deforestation that's happening around the world is largely not the consequence of the advanced industrial complex, it's the result of impoverished people living next to high-value rainforests and peatlands having to destroy nature and the environment in order to feed their families. So we are unequivocally, we're all in on a fair living wage or a fair living income by 2030 for everyone in Unilever's value chain to drive consumption, to drive economic growth, and to protect the environment.
Super. Thank you, Alan. Let me, Marie, can I turn to you? And you know, in my opening, I talked about how the pandemic had really been unfair to women, disproportionately hit in terms of job dislocation. And as we look forward, when we think about the challenge of meeting the talent requirements we have over this decade, the opportunity for inclusion when we think about women-led businesses, how do we unleash this opportunity and not let the dislocation from the pandemic set us behind?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Selamat siang, Ibu Sri Mulyani, dan selamat siang kepada semua teman-teman. Good afternoon to everybody. That's a very good question. Besides job losses, so I think just to recap what happened during the pandemic and how it had a bigger impact on women than men. First, it was that most of the health workers were women, so they were more affected. Second, the health services in many developing countries were very focused on the pandemic. So women's health services were also not being delivered. So you had higher, maternal mortality and so on, and a lot of impact on women. Third, gender-based violence increased. Fourth, women were more likely to lose jobs because they had to stay home to take care of their children who were not going to school or the elderly parents. And women, this is based on data, and women-owned businesses were also more likely to shut down. One of the reasons is because women-owned business, a lot of companies that were able to survive during the pandemic was because they could adapt digital they could adapt to digital technology. But our findings were that women-owned businesses were less able also to, excuse me, adapt to digital technology. So that shows you, in a way, that was what happened during the pandemic, but they also reflect the issues that women have faced. And I think moving forward, during the pandemic, we had to be very conscious about designing the policies in the response to the pandemic to make sure that we do not further or reverse the progress we had made in reducing the gender gap. So like you got to make sure the health services to women were delivered. Oh, there was one more data that I found really quite heartbreaking. Women, because your income fell, you eat less. And women were eating less because they were, giving the food to the family rather than to themselves. So that was another like heartbreaking, and that's why you need to have the social protection program pay attention to these differences, right? So that's during the pandemic. So moving forward, what we should do is, of course, we are just designing our new gender strategy, so I can say it. Women is about the economy. Yeah, okay, equality and reducing the gender gap is about right of women, but it's also about the economy. And you mentioned some numbers. Was it 11 trillion?
Yeah, 11
that could
trillion.
be saved, that could be gained. Labor force participation of women is about 50% compared to men at 80% in today's age, right? And in some regions like the Middle East, it's like 20-30%. In Asia, it's a little bit better, closer to 60%, but it's still less than men, right? And you are not employing the productive workforce that you could have, right? And that is the 11 trillion. And I had another statistic here, 172 trillion if you had paid the difference in lifetime earnings between men and women, right? So that's the kind of the broader economic numbers. But then you've got to make sure that you have a gender strategy that is from the whole lifetime from a girl to woman. That means equal rights to nutrition, to the mother when they are still pregnant, whether to make sure that they deliver the healthy babies, and education, equal access to education, and then equal access to job opportunities, legal rights for the ownership of assets, and having the training and the upskilling of the know-how so that they can also be not in a disadvantaged position. So skills training, especially digital, financial inclusion. I know that you're big on financial inclusion. I mean, financial services to women. And there's a whole lot of things there which are partly our finding. Basically, in a nutshell, we have this publication called Women, Business and the Law, and we monitor the kind of regulations and laws that discriminate against women, whether for job opportunity or for financial inclusion or ownership of assets. That, if you can do a lot of stuff, reforms there, which was happened in the Middle East, and something very simple like in Saudi Arabia, allowing women to travel by themselves. We take that so much for granted, but allowing they deregulated and reformed. One regulation was women can travel on their own. That led to the increase of labor force participation from 20 to 30%. Still very low, yeah? But still, I just give you an example on that. But I think there is also a cultural aspect that needs to also be addressed. And you have to really understand why is the labor force participation low? And is it the regulation? What is it that you need to address? And the final thing I would say is that things we take for granted, safe transportation for women. I was very amazed, why is it so low in the Middle East? And one of the answers was not being able to travel safely to their place of work, was not allowing women to be able to work, or a safe place to work, things like that. These are things that we have to really work with the private sector. We have the private sector here from many countries, having the conducive place of work for women is another important aspect. I probably talked too long, but I've given you at least what's in my head.
Not at all. And I think the notion that really sticks with me is tackling this in a systems-based way, as opposed to, is there one piece, looking across the entire system. But what also stuck with me is the enormous upside of getting this right. So thank you. You mentioned financial inclusion along the way, and Roy, maybe I can pick this up with you. I hope you're an advocate of the power that financial markets can bring, given what you do. But I'd love to pick on this notion of, as you think about financial inclusion, what are the opportunities, challenges there, given what you've seen over your career?
Great, thanks Bob, and it's great to be back in Indonesia, and it's great to be back doing this in person again after having been stuck in our basements for 2.5 years. So congratulations to Indonesia for hosting such a tremendous event. I think this is such an incredibly important panel discussion. This whole idea of equity and inclusion is something that we really need to grapple with, and I think to tackle the problem you have to first see the problem for what it really is. And on this topic, you know, we've talked about gender inclusion and equity, we've talked in other panels about racial inequity, and also income inequality. And I think these are all very important issues that we need to grapple with. And on the topic of gender inequality, there are still globally 2.4 billion women who don't have the same economic rights as men. That's sort of incredibly profound and also very scary. On the topic of income inequality, the top 10% of the population's income is equivalent of the bottom, well, actually 30 times the equivalent of the bottom 50% population. So we have a huge issue as it relates to income inequality. And even today, after 3 years of the pandemic, 70% of the world's population is currently dealing with a reduced income equality. So that's a problem that we have to really look at head on in order to tackle it. On the topic of financial inclusion, Bob, there are, in my mind, 3 key issues that need to be tackled. The first is around awareness, the second is around pricing, and the third is around access. On the topic of awareness, the sad truth is that today, 1 in 3 people are financially literate globally. That means that there isn't a common basic understanding about how to manage financial affairs. And that's true not just in developing markets, but it's also true in developed markets. And from my perspective, I think the most important way to tackle that issue is to start education at the grassroots in schools. So one of the things that we're doing as an organization is to facilitate and foster the education of financial literacy in secondary education so that we can actually start very early. At the same time, we're trying to really develop more creative ways to educate the population through social media and so on and so forth. On the topic of pricing, most products across all industries are typically priced at the mass affluent because that's where companies can make the most money. The biggest pivot that I think we need to make in the business world is to play the long game, and that requires us to think about pricing products much more cheaply, but in some cases, they may not actually be profitable in the short term, but will facilitate, through the establishment of a relationship, more profitable selling to those customers in future years. That is a transformation shift that's going to be required for businesses to move beyond just looking at the next year or the next quarter's profitability, to be thinking about profitability in terms of 5, 10, 15 years down the road. So I think from a pricing perspective, we have to make products much more affordable, certainly in the financial space, so that we can actually make them more accessible to every consumer around the world. And then the third topic is that of awareness. And again, the sad truth is that there aren't enough people that get access to financial services and financial products. And again, there are 3 billion people in the world today that have never even accessed the internet. So from our perspective, we need to do a better job of creating access to digital technologies so that we can actually connect with every single consumer and every single person in the planet. So I think the third key driver to drive financial inclusion is to really improve the availability of digital tools and technologies to the masses so that they can actually transact with products that will actually help them fulfill their financial services needs. So I think this is a problem that needs both public and private partnership, and quite frankly, the business community needs to step up to do its part.
Very powerful. And maybe, Kathleen, I could take that notion of public-private partnership, and you've had a long history of leadership in Indonesia in particular. When you think about the role of large business versus, say, small business, and here we've talked a lot about MSMEs, and I pulled some data on MSMEs, and they're 99% of firms in the world, 70% of employment, but only 40% of GDP. And when you think about how to catalyze these smaller businesses' growth, I'd love your perspective on what role does large enterprise have, and then is it a go it alone, or is it done in some kind of collaboration, public-private?
Thanks, Bob, and thanks for your attention today. It's a great honor for me to be here, particularly in Indonesia and Bali. Indonesia is a very special place for our company. We have a big operation here that we've operated in for over 55 years now. And it's a great case study in inclusive and sustainable growth. We operate in Papua, and when we first arrived in Papua, it was an exploration project. We operate a large mine there, and there was not a trained workforce at all. And we had to develop one of the most technically challenging operations in the world. And so at first we brought in technical expertise from around the world, but over time, our Indonesian workforce, which is about 27,000 people, 98% Indonesian, is actually developing and operating one of the most complex operations in the world. And as we have developed over the years, that's provided a lot of opportunity not only for our workforce, but communities where we operate. We're roughly 90% of the GDP of the Regency where our operations are located. We're roughly 40% of the GDP of the province of Papua. So we're very important. But what's happened over time is that with technology, with innovation, our workforce has been upskilled. They can now compete not only in Indonesia, but any operation around the world. And to Alan's point about fair wage and living wage, we make sure that it is a sustainable model where people can get rewarded on the job and support their families and have a prosperous future. So it's a great case study, a great model, and a lot of it revolves around public-private partnership. The Indonesian government now owns 51% of the shares of our Indonesian subsidiary, and it's a wonderful partnership in that we share risk and rewards, and we share a common alignment and vision for how to sustain an operation well into the future. To your question about small and medium enterprises, that's been very important in the development of this operation. We provide training, and we get a lot of innovation out of SMEs, a lot of innovation coming from small businesses. Women-owned businesses is very important across our operations globally. We provide training, and we get a big return on those investments back from these small and medium business enterprises that provide services to our business and operations. So in the mining industry, you have to be resilient. There's ups and downs with commodity prices, but it's collaboration with communities, with all of our stakeholders that really wins the day on whether we're successful or not. And like I said, we've been operating here in Indonesia for over 55 years, and my guess is that there'll be another 55 years ahead of us. We'll see more and more women into the workplace, different kinds of jobs, digitalization, women doing different jobs that aren't traditional mining, a lot more science and technology and innovation coming into our business. So it's a great opportunity, not only for our company, but all stakeholders and all of our employees. Thank you very much.
It's an incredibly powerful example. You know, as we get close on time, we've covered a lot of ground in the first round, and I thought what I might do is rather than individual questions, is maybe ask you all the same question, which is, as you think of leaving B20, we think about this notion of driving growth that is inclusive. What's one hope that you have that actually comes out of these last 2 days? Maybe Alan, I could start with you.
The need for high quality economic growth to continue to lift people out of poverty and create prosperity cannot be decoupled from the challenge of a climate and nature emergency and rampant social inequality around the world. And my hope is that as we think about growth, we also think about the environmental and social impact of the growth that we're driving. And Bob, I'd like to commend you on the outstanding report that McKinsey published today that helps bring a framework to deal with those three issues together. That would be my hope.
Thank you. Marie?
Thank you. My hope is that we can achieve green and blue, resilient and inclusive growth. Growth without these three dimensions is not going to be resilient or helping us to deal with the future, including climate change, including addressing the reversal of development that we experience with these multiple crises, human capital being one of them. So there's a huge reversal in human capital, including on women that we talked about earlier. This has to be addressed and prioritized, as with climate. With climate, we are already in crisis. You cannot reverse it. The inaction is going to lead to increased vulnerability and increased lack of inclusiveness because it hits the vulnerable and the poor the most. So we need, I agree totally with Alan that we need to really address climate, but at the same time development. So and we can do it. And I heard a lot of good ideas at the B20 here. Let's just do it and implement.
Hear, hear. Roy.
Look, Bob, I'm incredibly optimistic. I think over the course of the last couple of days, what I've heard through various panels and discussions is that there is a meeting of the minds, there is a common agreed viewpoint that we can't deal with this big issue unless we all lean in and do our part. And I think that includes a realization that yes, we do need growth. This is how we will create equity for many and opportunity for many, but we have to do it in a sustainable way and in a way that actually deals with some of the underlying problems of equity and inequity and issues of inclusion. And I don't think there is anyone that thinks that there is step one, dealing with growth, and then step two, dealing with a sustainable future, and one with equity and inclusion as an afterthought. I think there is a common appreciation, whether it's government, whether it's the private sector, whether it's business leaders, and whether it's, quite frankly, every individual, that we have to, A, lean in, but then more importantly, we have to tackle all three together: sustainability, growth, and equity and inclusion.
Thank you. Kathleen.
I agree with what all the other panelists said. I would just add that I think it's going to take ongoing collaboration between the public and private sectors to push this forward in a practical, reasonable way, and a way that all of us can execute it. I think everybody's heart is in it. We've all got to collaborate together and figure out how we go about executing.
Well, I just wanted to first say a heartfelt thanks to all of you. Alan, Marie, Roy, Kathleen. We've covered a lot of ground, from the notion of what is equitable compensation to access for all, to the notion of financial inclusion and the power of the markets, small business, the notion of working together. And my takeaway is it's time for the courage of the and as we think about solutions. We have to have a decade that grows, but it has to grow in a way that is inclusive and sustainable. Sustainable, inclusive growth. Thank you all.
Bob.
Thank you very much, Bob Sternfels, Global Managing Director of McKinsey & Company, for moderating this inspirational and eye-opening sessions. And there are many insights and also data we can gain. One is from Mr. Alan Job. By 2030, everyone in Unilever's value chain, especially suppliers, must pay fair living wage to their employees. And he argued that employees who are paid properly not only would stay and work better, but most importantly, we will create a healthy society. And it's really interesting as well to point out what Ms. Mari Elka Pangestu said about women suffered more during the pandemic. I think we all agree with this. They experienced massive layoff and stay longer out of the job market, and they eat less during the pandemic because they would prioritize their families instead of themselves. And a recent data that I got recently, according to a research published on Feminist Economics Journal, found that women have also been disproportionately affected by job losses, particularly women of color and ethnic minorities. Worldwide, women lost more than 64 million jobs in 2020 alone, resulting in an estimated $800 billion loss on income. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to move on to the next agenda. It is the keynote address by the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia to give her remarks about restoring global economy through innovative partnership. Without further ado, please welcome Her Excellency Ms. Sri Mulyani.
Thank you so much. All Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from the B20 Summit. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for inviting me for this very important meeting. And I would like to also congratulate B20 for having a very successful meeting. This is really a remarkable after pandemic, and we have now able to host you here, and I can see that the room full with all of you. I do hope that your business is going to be continue, prosper, and growing, just like what we just discussed in this panel. So allow me to have this keynote speech. I'm actually asking Sinta, and this is maybe almost the end of your session, so maybe you just want to wrap and going out and then enjoy the beach, having a coffee with your friends. But believe me that my speech is going to be important for you and your business. So bear me a little bit with this one. I think we all agree that the global economy has been facing extremely difficult challenges, leading to a deterioration of the growth prospect with higher probability of recession in many countries. The COVID-19 has created this kind of very unique and challenging situation for recovery. Our ability to manage, especially in managing the spread of the COVID with a vaccine, are able to at least creating a momentum of recovery. But we still cannot let our guard down as global economic risks have been shifted toward various economic shocks that threatening the global economic environment. As we are all following that the IMF has projected that the economic growth significantly decelerated from 6% projected in 2021, 6% which is already achieved, now to only 3.2% in 2022, and further deteriorated to 2.7% in 2023. The consistent downward revision of global outlook from all international institutions have marked the increasing risk we face this year. Multiple factors have fueled this condition, factors such as the war in Ukraine that has aggravated the already soaring inflationary pressure, and the slowdown in the big economy, including China, and much tighter monetary policy to fight inflation. The major near-term challenges becoming much more complex and highly interrelated. Prolonged high inflationary pressure, energy and food insecurity, financial pressure, debt distress, and geopolitical fragmentation. This is definitely not an easy environment for all economic actors, for all of you, and also for policymakers. But I do agree that we have to address the root cause. Bringing down inflation should become the main focus to avoid longer-term damage and restore stability. The situation lately is so delicate that confidence in the financial sector and market and overall economy can be easily deterred if we are not carefully with our policy formulation. And many policymakers are actually now facing with a very narrow room to maneuver, whether this is fiscally and monetary. For us, at least in Indonesia case, we are working very closely together between fiscal policy and monetary policy in a synchronized and harmonized way. The policy needs to continue to be well calibrated, well planned, well communicated, sometimes quickly adjusted, but still need to be continued consistent and credible. We also need to effectively use all variable tools to prevent economic confidence failing further. We have to provide well-targeted support, and especially because of the policy space becoming limited, it should be more targeted, especially in protecting the poor and vulnerable. So I'm glad I'm hearing the panel just before my speech that many big companies like Unilever, Freeport, really hopefully looking more in the inclusive growth of your company. This is aligned well with also the government who try to continue maintaining the momentum of the recovery through inclusive policy formulation and policy tool, using our fiscal space selectively, especially in managing the shock and protecting the vulnerable. So I do hope the CEO of the B20 summit here, you are all also using your corporate space to really creating a better inclusive growth. We also have to provide appropriate support for productive activity, because at the end of the day, the economy, which is growing, will require and will need increasing productivity, and sometimes the innovation which is not yet sure but need to be supported, and improvement of the business climate so that job creation remain happening and the economic growth continue to be sustained. For Indonesia, we are continue maintaining the optimism, but at the same time also keep vigilance with a very dynamic global environment. Optimism is still important, while at the same time, vigilance has to be warranted. This is the mindset of Indonesia economic policy maker. We are not scaring you by saying that we need to be vigilant. Vigilance means that you have to prepare for any possibility, any eventuality, and you are not actually deterred by this any possibility. You are focused and you continue recalibrated your policy choices. Our economic recovery continue progressing. As you can see, our third quarter growth is 5.72%. This is slightly higher than what the government own expectation. We have already continued growing above 5% for 4 consecutive quarters, from last quarter 2021 and continue to 2022 third quarter. The continued strong economic recovery has been supported by our strong domestic demand, especially on a consumption, but also now followed by the recovery of the investment. But we also quite lucky enjoying the buoyancy of the export growth. Our effective pandemic handling and various policy support, both to demand, especially in the form of social assistance and subsidy, has protected the economy and the people from a huge shock, including food and energy prices. On the other hand, we also using our policy tool to support the supply side. This is in the form of tax relief, some incentive, and also in this case, financing support. Combination of these two should be always in the right blend, because the economy is not in one simple challenge or problem. So we have to continue recalibrated our policy, selective, targeted, but also at the same time be very pragmatic. Stronger economic activity has sustained and improved our labor market condition. The unemployment rate, which is increased to 6.5% in August 2021, now has been declined to 5.9% in August 2022. This is a good record from both growth as well as the inclusiveness of this growth, including also in poverty reduction. But we are not, in this case, complacent with this good, strong achievement. We continue working hard, focusing on the new emerging risk which is coming from the global economy. Price stability is one of the most important and strategic focus at this very moment. This is not only the work of the monetary policy, because we understand that the price increase, it is not only coming from aggressive aggregate demand, but also coming from the supply disruption. So we try to be very meticulous in designing which instrument should addressing the area of the aggregate demand expansion using the monetary policy, light increasing interest rate and a little bit tightening. But mostly we are going to be also addressing the issue on the supply side, whether this is on the stock, logistical, distribution, and of course availability. With those kind of coordination, which is even led by President Jokowi himself, together with the leaders of the region, like governor and mayor, as well as using tools, both fiscal and monetary side. On the fiscal side, we even providing reward for a governor or municipal mayor that can beat the inflation in a much aggressive way, even below the national inflation level. We reward it by real money. So it's not just giving piagam. And that's really powerful because we're announcing to the public that make everybody focus on how we are going to address the potential price increase which is coming from disruption in the supply side. With that effort, our inflation is actually slowing down to 5.7%. This is even after the government increasing the fuel price by 30% back in September. We even have deflation in the food from September as well as in October. That kind of collaboration between non-conventional policy with the conventional policy instrument is really needed when we are facing with this very complex and challenging task. The government will continue to step up effort to continuously boost the recovery, while at the same time we also preserving stability amid the very increasing and elevating external risk. We also strengthening our collaboration and coordination with the Monetary Authority, Bank Indonesia, and Financial Sector Authority like OJK and Deposit Insurance in the Financial System Stability Committee. We look carefully how this global economic dynamic and risk can affect the stability of our financial system. We learn a lot from 97-98 financial crisis and 2008-2009 global financial crisis. On the fiscal side, we will continue committed to gradual fiscal consolidation. This is the bedrock of the credibility of macro policy. This is not ideology, but this is necessary condition for Indonesia to continue move forward in a sustainable and credible way. We are now enjoying some commodity boom revenue, and we are going to save some of it in order for us to be able to create a safety net for 2023, which is becoming even more unpredictable. So ladies and gentlemen, despite the resiliency of the Indonesia economy, we continue calling for collective global action, because the nature of the problem that the global economy is facing is actually the one that cannot be addressed and overcome by any country alone. When you talk about pandemic, climate change, or even digital technology that can provide opportunity, but also sometimes also a risk in terms of instability, and of course, geopolitics. Within the G20 presidency, we continue maintaining this spirit of cooperation and collaboration. The spirit of peace, solidarity, multilateralism that should need to be continued strengthened. Differences in terms of position should not breaking the spirit of cooperation. We use this G20 presidency to continue communicating that the world needs even more cooperation rather than divided. This is good not only for the G20, but also for the whole world. And Alhamdulillah, in this case, as a finance minister, we were able to deliver a finance track with all very tangible and concrete results, which can hopefully creating a confidence not only to the G20 forum, but also for the global economy. We are hoping that this week, the Leaders Summit is going to also providing with this kind of result that can restore and strengthen the confidence of the global economy. In this case, I would like to express my appreciation for the B20 as one of the most prominent engagement group in G20. You've been also engaging very actively. Business, networking, and relationship is actually the one who can soften the tension at the geopolitical level as well as security threat. I do hope that the B20 will continue maintaining the spirit of collaboration and cooperation and voicing that to the world and especially to the leaders. Your role and your voice is very, very important. This case, Indonesia also continue in performing the G20 presidency, listen to the private partners on challenge and how we can promote partnership in a better way. We noted some challenges in the area of long-term priority and targets, data and standard, the need to a better enabling environment, and capacity to invest in innovation. The four main challenges require a collaboration effort between the government, private sector, donors, as well as MDB. The G20 delivered the framework on how to best leverage private sector participation, particularly to scale up sustainable infrastructure investment. The infrastructure funding and sustainability financing, those very, very important for all countries, whether you are advanced country, emerging country, or low-income country. I believe B20 has thought on how we can improve our way of having a partnership in order to accelerate economic development. The message we have heard today will be also critical to the next stage of our work and also for the next presidency of G20. We hope we can continue explore many creative ways to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Inclusivity cannot be attained with just the discussion. It needs to be implemented, and we should use all the tools, instruments, as well as our affirmative action in order for us to be able to achieve higher growth, better quality, and more inclusive as well as equitable. I would like to thank B20 for having me to provide this speech at the later of this afternoon. I do hope that you are all having a very productive meeting continuously, as well as enjoying Bali while you stay here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. A very powerful message indeed, that collective global action is needed because no country can deal with this crisis alone, and the world needs more cooperation rather than division. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to the next session, it is a pleasure for me to call upon the Executive Chairman of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change to deliver his remarks virtually with the topic Investing in Inclusive Growth for a Resilient Future. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Tony Blair.
Good morning from me. Good afternoon to you. It's a real honor and privilege to be able to address these words at the B20 conference. To start by saying a big congratulations to President Jokowi and all the Indonesian government for the tremendous leadership they've shown through the G20 process, and also to say to the B20, with whom my institute has worked closely, well done. You've set a new standard, I think, for B20 gatherings, and it's a real pleasure to be with you all. So the title of this is Inclusive Growth for a Resilient Future. And we start, I think, with this context. Today, growth and inclusivity go together. Now, maybe in the 19th century industrial revolution, that wasn't always the case, where people could use unskilled labor to produce goods and machinery. But today we're living through a new revolution, a 21st century technology revolution. And there, the premium is on people who are educated, are capable of developing the skills for the future, and who understand the way this technology revolution will operate. So what that means is the following. Number one, we need to use the talents of all the people. That's why discrimination today, whether on the grounds of gender or race or religion, is not just morally wrong. It also negates the possibility of growth. We need to use all the skills of all the people, and that includes our women as well. So the important thing today is to recognize that we live in an entirely new economy. Use the talents of all the people means also educating the people, educating them well, educating them to a high level of achievement. And to do that, education requires an understanding of this technology revolution. Because the second point is that technology today is going to change everything. The way we live, the way we work, the way we think, the way we interact with each other. And it changes not just the way manufacturing works and services work, but it also changes agriculture through irrigation, through new types of seed, through the ability, through technology, to access markets more efficiently. And if we want to utilize that technology revolution, then the third thing we need is connectivity. So we need the infrastructure available to allow people to be joined up. We need electricity and power, including for the hundreds of millions of people in the world who don't presently have it. If you take the Palapa Ring project, for example, in Indonesia, not so very far from where you are, that's producing connectivity for a population that doesn't have it. It opens up opportunity for them. This, therefore, means higher growth, but it requires investment. And investment not just in things like education and infrastructure, but the fourth point is healthcare becomes an important part of an inclusive economy. We've seen through COVID how much damage a pandemic can do, not just to people's health, 15 million excess deaths worldwide, but to our economic performance, trillions of dollars lost through the pandemic. And the World Bank estimates that if we produce better health, it will add trillions more to the global economy. So good health equals better productivity equals higher growth. Our campaign that we've been working on with the B20 in Indonesia, which is called the One-Shot campaign. It's about how you utilize the whole new generation of drugs and injectables to mean that we produce better healthcare for people, particularly in the developing world. That's an example of how, by utilizing the best available healthcare today, we produce more growth and more inclusive growth. However, the fifth point is we know something else. And that is today the changes in climate are producing greater inequality and poorer outcomes in health. This is why we have to aim today to make our growth as green and sustainable as possible, because that is going to be the future. Climate change hits the poorest in the world hardest. You can see this today if you look at the Horn of Africa and the drought, and therefore the displacement of people going without food, people dying as a result of not having access to water. So the growth that we produce, if it is to be inclusive, has also got to be sustainable. And six, for all of this, we need a thriving partnership between the public and the private sector. One of the interesting things that Sri Mulyana just talked to you about was how it's important to have this spirit of cooperation, operating not just at an international level, but also within countries. Today, we know that if countries open up to each other more through trade, it produces jobs and produces better outcomes. But we also know that within countries, it's important that spirit of cooperation is there between the public sector with its weight and its ability to influence policy, and the private sector with its enterprise and its commitment to good business. So ensuring that we get a good business environment, one in which people can start businesses and thrive, that is also an essential part of higher growth and growth that is inclusive. And so this is the way that we give ourselves the best chance of ensuring that we produce growth, but growth that involves as many people as possible from all different walks of life and all different parts of our economy. And if you look at the nations that have made it to first world status, then by and large, we don't always succeed, but we're always striving to ensure that as many people as possible are included in our economy. And this is also the route to political stability, because if people feel they have a stake in the future, if people feel that the economy is not just for a small group of people at the top, but for a broad mass of people, if they think if they work hard, they can do well, that gives them a stake in the future. That gives them the ability to think this economy is for me and not just for others. And there is where I have to congratulate Indonesia for the changes they're making over the past few years. And it's a great example of how with the right political leadership under President Jokowi, a country can make real progress. For example, the new capital city at Nusantara is precisely in order to make sure that the development of Indonesia in the future is not limited to Java and to Jakarta, to the big traditional urban areas. And then we have the hugely imaginative plan that Indonesia has for combining growth and clean energy. So Kadin, the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, have produced an idea for a green energy fund. If you look at the electric vehicle chain, LG Energy Solutions is making a $10 billion investment into the battery sector. 70% of the nickel is going to be processed in Indonesia, and there's a huge factory being built at Karawang. So this is a classic example of a country using its resources to produce growth in a sustainable way that will also be inclusive. So I think at this moment in time, despite all the headwinds the global economy faces, if you take a step back and look at the broad sweep of history, it's very clear that the times through which we're living now require governments to commit to growth that is inclusive, that utilizes all the talents, that allows people to access the benefits of the technology revolution, that creates the right infrastructure, pays attention to healthcare, has the climate and the climate changes at the very center of policymaking, and within all of that, has that spirit of cooperation between public and private sector and between countries together forming the global community. So I think this is a really important moment for the B20 to have this conference. I really do think it's done a magnificent job in putting together the elements that go to make up for a better 21st century for all of us. And I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure and privilege and honor for my institute to work with the B20 and indeed with the Indonesian government to be part of this exciting story. I know there'll be a lot of other things that may overshadow parts of the G20 this year, but this agenda developed in Indonesia is one of the most exciting things that's happened in the international community for many years, and I commend the B20 for it. Thank you very much.
Executive Chairman of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, former British Prime Minister, Mr. Tony Blair. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, after a very long and insightful keynote and also panel discussions, now we'll be having a very short coffee break, and you're welcome to enjoy the coffee and snacks at the mezzanine floor. And please come back by 4:30 p.m. It is really important for us to come back to this ballroom by 4:30 p.m. because we will be listening to 3 state leaders speaking before us. Prime Minister of Canada, His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency Mr. Anthony Albanese, and of course, the host President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo. Once again, please do enjoy your coffee and also snack at the mezzanine floor. And please, we'd like to have your cooperation and be on time to return to this ballroom by 4:30 p.m. Thank you very much for
cik, si, cik, hi, tis. Tis, cik. Si, 1, 2, cik, si, tis. 1, 2, cik, cik, tis.
Bentar dulu, bilangin itu HP app-nya geser kanan dikit.
Satu dua cik tis. 2 1 cik.
Kalau sebenarnya kan ini kan masuk daripada besok ribet, ini siapin sekali pertama pakai. Tapi Pak masih nggak pakai. Sampai saat ini belum kan? Belum ada kan?
1 2 dicoba cik si. Si 1 2. 1 2 cik. Tis cik si 1 2. Ini yang utama ya. Si 1 2 1 2 sa 1 2 dicoba cik. Si 1 2 dicoba cik. 1 2 tis tis cik si. Tis cik si. Si 1 2 dicoba cik. Tis oke. Satu, dua, cik, cik. C, A.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to B20 Summit Indonesia 2022. Once again, would like to invite you to please enter the main ballroom and please be seated. For those of you who are still at the foyer area, we would like to invite you to please return to the main ballroom and please be seated as our next session will start very shortly. And for those of you who are already in the ballroom, you are kindly requested to be seated. Thank you. For those of you who are in the foyer area, I would like to invite you once again to please enter the ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. And for those of you who are in the ballroom already, you are kindly requested to be seated. Our next session will start shortly, and several prominent and several state leaders will speak before us. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The Prime Minister of Canada, His Excellency, Mr. Justin Trudeau, has arrived. We would like to have your cooperation, so please be seated. Thank you.
The world has agreed to accelerate the transition to a green economy that requires innovative solutions. Canada is a true example of how embracing and leveraging the power of digitalization can work well with the process of transforming of our economy. We are deeply honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, to provide his keynote address in front of us.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you all for being here. Because it's through conversations like today's that we can better understand what the business community needs to grow the economy and create good jobs for the middle class and people working hard to join it. It's great that the B20 is here in Indonesia this year. Indonesia's rapid growth presents enormous opportunities for investors and businesses. I just arrived from Cambodia, where we announced that we are elevating Canada's relationship with ASEAN to a strategic partnership. This is a strong demonstration of our engagement in the region, and it's part of our plan to expand our economic ties in a big way. Last week, we announced Canada's upcoming Indo-Pacific strategy. L'Indo-Pacifique est la région économique qui connaît la croissance la plus rapide dans le monde. C'est une plaque tournante de plus en plus importante pour le commerce et pour créer de bons emplois aujourd'hui et pour l'avenir. We're deepening our existing friendships in the region, seeking new allies, and promoting stability. And we know that business leaders like you are key to our individual and collective success. We also know that global businesses and commerce need the predictability and reliability that the international rules-based order establishes. This is something that Canada will always stand up for. Canada's message is clear. We have the values that make us a solid, reliable partner. We have the raw materials and trade access, and we have a skilled, educated, ambitious, and diverse workforce like no other. We're making major investments in the Indo-Pacific that will strengthen our engagement here in the long term. For example, we're investing in a new Canadian trade gateway in Southeast Asia that will help Canadian businesses expand into new markets, linking them to business networks in this dynamic region. Canada and the Indo-Pacific region also share strong ties between our people, and we'll make these ties even stronger. Today, we're announcing an agreement between Canada and India that will allow an unlimited number of flights between our two countries. By making the movement of goods and people faster and easier, we'll facilitate trade and investment between Canada and India and help our businesses grow and succeed. Tous les enjeux qui comptent pour le monde et pour les Canadiens, que ce soit la sécurité, la prospérité, les droits de la personne, la santé publique ou les changements climatiques, ces enjeux vont être influencés par les relations que le Canada et nos partenaires entretiennent avec les pays de la région Indo-Pacifique. Je suis donc heureux d'être en Indonésie aujourd'hui pour poursuivre ce travail. As you all know, the world is changing fast. And over the past couple of years, we've been facing enormous challenges that are further accelerating this change. During the pandemic, we all had to adjust. Kids and teachers moved their classes online, small businesses shifted to e-commerce, and everyone adapted as best they could. After a virtual G20 in 2020, being able to gather in Rome in person last year gave us hope that things were finally getting back to normal. But of course, that's not exactly what happened, did it? Russia's brutal war in Ukraine is creating food and energy crises. It's disrupting supply chains and raising the cost of living. Families are worried that they're not going to be able to put food on the table or won't be able to heat their homes during winter. These challenges are real, and only through collaboration between business and governments and civil society can we create real, lasting solutions. And technology, if used right, is definitely a tool that will help us build a better future for everyone. But whenever we talk about Industry 4.0 and the prosperity that it can unlock, we have to remember to always put people at the center of everything we do. Technology keeps getting better, and that's great. But at the same time, technology needs to make people's lives better, too. La pandémie a démontré à quel point les technologies jouent un rôle incontournable dans nos vies. Plus que jamais, il faut saisir les occasions que nous offre l'économie numérique si on veut bâtir un avenir plus prospère. Emerging technologies are radically transforming businesses and business models and unleashing new market opportunities. High-tech, quantum, and AI are Canadian strengths. Canada is not only the most educated country in the OECD, but our strong, world-leading immigration policies are attracting highly skilled talent in competitive industries. In fact, Toronto and Vancouver have seen the highest high-tech job growth in North America over the past 2 years. New technologies can make global economies and international trade more accessible for people everywhere. But we have to make sure that the benefits don't just accrue to the wealthiest. On doit s'assurer que les plus petites entreprises et économies peuvent accéder pleinement au marché mondial. We have to make sure that smaller businesses and economies can fully access the global marketplace. If we want to level the playing field, we must cooperate through the sharing of information and best practices. We must identify and develop common standards. For example, Canada is leading on the responsible development and use of artificial intelligence. We're also undertaking major legislative reforms that will strengthen privacy protections for Canadians, including specific provisions to protect children. See, while always ensuring and defending free speech, we must make it clear that it cannot be okay to bully and attack people online. Governments, and especially big technology companies, need to safeguard people's data and privacy and address online harassment and violence to ensure trust in technology. At home, we're focused on creating good, sustainable middle-class jobs now and into the future. Canada has some of the best, most talented workers in the world. These are the people with the skills and expertise to power our shared net zero future. I think of the innovators who are launching clean hydrogen projects everywhere from Newfoundland to Alberta. These are the people who will produce the clean energy that Canada will ship to German markets as Europe accelerates its transition to renewables away from Russian oil and gas. I think of our auto workers who are building electric vehicles in Ontario with batteries built in Quebec from nickel and lithium mined in northern Canada. And the steel and the aluminum they're using, also made in Canada, is the cleanest in the world because Canada's electricity grid is already over 80% clean and on our way to 100. And that matters, not just in the fight against climate change, but it matters because increasingly clients and customers are asking to know the impact of their products, of what they're sourcing. It is an imperative, it is a business advantage to be going cleaner and greener. And that's what Canada and so many of you here fully understand. Pour bâtir un avenir carboneutre, nos travailleurs canadiens sont au cœur de notre réussite. Later this year, we'll be releasing our Sustainable Jobs Plan, a roadmap for our own just transition, or in plainer language, our plan to make sure workers have the skills they need to succeed in the economy of today and tomorrow. This builds on years of work our government has been doing to ensure that workers and citizens see that being open to the world can be good for them, not just good for the economy. That's how Canada has been able to avoid the protectionism rising around the world these past few years and sign a record number of trade deals. And that's how Canada remains the only G7 country with a free trade deal with every other G7 country. In Canada, and this is also true here in the Indo-Pacific and around the world, there is a growing demand for circular economy initiatives. Companies view net zero as foundational. This presents an opportunity not only for business development, exports, and partnerships, but for capacity building. Global investors have always thought about Canada for our resources, but you should also think about Canada for our resourcefulness. That's our true competitive advantage. Canada is rapidly becoming the energy and tech supplier a net zero world will need, because Canadians have the skills a net zero world will demand. The world is changing fast, but Canada's core values like peace, democracy, stability, respect for human rights are here to stay. In the face of many challenges, like the rising cost of living caused by global inflation, we must continue to put people and workers first. Business leaders like you all know full well that social infrastructure is just as important as building good roads or bridges. In Canada, we're investing in programs like $10 a day childcare to make sure that parents, and especially mothers, don't have to choose between their family and their career. We've made increases to the federal minimum wage. We've made income benefits more generous for low-income workers. Les mesures prises par notre gouvernement ont permis à notre pays de réduire les inégalités de manière historique. Smart business leaders understand that you need to invest in workers and people for you to remain competitive. How you support, empower, retain, and grow your workforce is central to success these days. Well, that's how governments need to think and operate too. When we support the middle class, when we put people at the center of our policies, we create the conditions for growth and the consensus to make real change on issues that matter to everyone, like tackling climate change. And that's what you can always count on from Canada, as together we build a more prosperous world for everyone. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister Trudeau, for the inspiration and inspirational thoughts. and the Prime Minister of to all organizing committee, would you please help us in making sure that all the audiences are seated? To all the organizing committee, would like to have your help in making sure that all the audiences are seated. Thank you. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu, kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk mohon duduk, dikarenakan Bapak Presiden dan juga Perdana Menteri Australia akan segera hadir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please, we'd like to have your cooperation. Please be seated as the Presidents of the Republic of Indonesia and Prime Minister of Australia are coming their way. Kepada teman-teman kameramen, kami persilakan untuk kembali ke posisi teman-teman. Teman-teman kameramen yang berada di panggung kecil, kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk kembali ke posisi di belakang. Mohon kerjasamanya ya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, and Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency Mr. Anthony Albanese. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will be listening to a keynote address on B20 joint recommendations towards stronger global recovery by the chair of B20 Indonesia, Ms. Sinta Kamdani.
His Excellency President Joko Widodo, the chair of also G20 Indonesia. His Excellency Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia. His Excellency Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. Esteemed world leaders, business colleagues, and distinguished guests, I salute you all and I thank you for making this possible. I would like to express our immense gratitude to everyone for making the B20 a success. Today, I think back to when our president called on the B20 to collaborate with the G20 to contribute to global economic recovery. I feel privileged to say that together as the B20, we have made recommendations to the G20 which will drive this forward. That is the legacy of B20 Indonesia. Throughout our mandate, we have remained committed to giving businesses a platform for dialogue and supporting G20 governments. Let's look back to where we were in 2020, the great lockdown. Before the pandemic, we thought we knew what challenges we would face, but we didn't see the pandemic coming. No one did. In 2021, we entered a new chapter, the Great Reboot. There was a clear shift from managing the crisis to planning how to emerge from it. Businesses started to innovate to harness new opportunity. We took over the B20 presidency during the time of crisis. Today, we are moving into a new chapter, the Great Rebound. We faced many challenges during our presidency, but now we have an opportunity for a new economic era based on cooperation. It is in that spirit that I'm proud to share with you today the B20 Indonesia Communique, which includes our joint recommendation for G20 leaders. First, we are focusing on innovation to unlock post-crisis growth. This includes opening up digital opportunities across the economy, expanding cooperation for better cybercrime responses, and increasing funds for green infrastructure through innovative financing mechanisms, which accelerate the energy transition. Second, we are pushing for accelerated digital transformation. B20 Indonesia is turbocharging the empowerment of MSME and vulnerable groups by focusing on capability, entrepreneurship, job creation, and the empowerment of women-led MSME. We envision an uplift for workers in the informal economy, included in rural communities. And lastly, to realize a more equitable healthcare architecture, we are bolstering collaboration between developed and developing countries, particularly as we continue to fight to mitigate future global crises by creating guidelines on health emergency preparedness. This year, B20 was incredibly diverse, with 6 task forces and 1 Action Council member from more than 15 industries across G20 countries. Together, we have reached consensus. I would highlight, we have reached consensus with 25 policy recommendations, and 68 policy action. Yes, action, not just recommendations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. It is where we go from here that matters. Beyond policy recommendation, we need to have real impact. We need to set ourselves up for the great rebound. In the spirit of our continued commitment beyond our presidency, B20 Indonesia has created 4 legacy programs. These are inspired by our most pressing priorities: green transition, inclusive growth, and equitable healthcare. Mr. President, you will meet with the G20 leaders tomorrow, and I hope you can advance these priorities to the G20 as a joint vision between government and businesses to achieve collaborative, sustainable, and inclusive growth. Once again, thank you, Mr. President, for your stewardship in this challenging time. You have led many examples and have shown the true spirit of collaboration, inspiring us to develop more innovative ideas and more partnership to jointly drive stronger global recovery. To my chairman, Mr. Arshad Rashid, and the whole Kadin committee, all the task forces, Action Council, Knowledge Partner, Network Partner, and sponsor, thank you for all your hard work. It has been an honor to chair the B20 this year. We have come a long way. We have come a long way for a great rebound. And may we now work together and push the button to go forward and give and pass to India for a better together business and government for collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sinta. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next remarks, it is my pleasure to call upon the Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin Indonesia, host of B20 Indonesia, to deliver his remarks, B20 Presidency 2022, Indonesia's leadership in advancing global priorities. To Mr. Arshad Rashid, the stage is yours.
His Excellency Bapak Joko Widodo, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency and all honorable state leaders and distinguished guests. It is a great honor for me as the host of the B20 Indonesia to address you at this historic occasion. This is the first time that B20 and G20 summit has been held on Indonesian soil. It is also the first in-person summit since the pandemic. Coming on the heels of the world's emergence from a global pandemic, the Indonesian G20 presidency is timely. This year's G20 presidency takes place against the backdrop of intensified geopolitical polarization, as well as concerns that globalization has failed to affect equitable gain. In my view, Indonesia is uniquely qualified to understand such concern. Our equatorial country, which is literally situated between the global north and south, is a country of contrast. As the only ASEAN country that is permanent member of the G20, Indonesia is able to advocate for both developed and developing economy on the global stage. At the same time, Indonesia has a long tradition of advocating for different voices at the table. Just imagine, on one hand, we are a major global commodities producers. On the other hand, more than 95% of jobs are created by micro, small, and medium enterprises. And while Indonesia is the fastest growing digital economy in Southeast Asia, it is also home to 100 million unbanked people. On top of that, we are a diverse, multi-faith country with more than 17,000 islands. So, the question, how do we bridge our differences and drive consensus? I'll be honest, it hasn't always been easy. But two fundamental Indonesian values that have enabled us to bridge these differences and forge ahead are gotong royong, meaning the spirit of mutual inclusive collaboration to achieve a collective good, and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, a commitment to achieve unity in diversity. These two concepts have enabled Indonesia to maintain stability and improve prosperity over the last 20 years. We have tried to bring this sense of unity and collaborative action to this year's B20 proceeding. And with this year's, with the support of everyone involved, I do believe we have succeeded. Following the directive of His Excellency, President Joko Widodo, we established three major priorities for this year's B20 summit in line with G20 priorities that reflects issues of concern to both emerging markets and developed countries. These are the green economy, the empowerment of MSME and women, and the strengthening of global healthcare resilience. These three elements are key to ensuring collective, sustainable, and inclusive growth for all countries. In particular, I would like to highlight this the first time that MSME has been highlighted as a major B20 topic despite the major role that small businesses play all over the world. With regard to the green economy, B20 Indonesia has already begun to take concrete actions. Within Indonesia, we are actively driving the green transition through various pathways, including industrial decarbonization and facilitating green investment. A carbon center of excellence has been established in the hopes of accelerating global collaboration on net zero initiative. We have also established the first net zero hub in Indonesia to drive and facilitate the private sector's commitment to net zero. The second priority is to promote inclusive growth by empowering MSME and women. To this end, we have established the One Global Women Empowerment Initiative, which aims to facilitate the inclusion of women in the global economy through training, support, guidance, funding, and more. This initiative will be hosted by the International Organization of Employers, which will act as a bridge between successive G20 and B20 presidencies. We have also set in motion a number of MSME initiatives, including a platform that facilitates Indonesian MSMEs to participate in the complex supply chains. Given that MSME account for 60% of Indonesia GDP, This is expected to unlock substantial growth, and we hope that these programs can be replicated elsewhere. The third priority is to create an equitable global healthcare system. B20 Indonesia has mounted the Global One-Shot campaign, a campaign that aims to bring together government, industry, and global health organizations for the purpose of creating a permanent worldwide vaccination programs. This will help decrease vaccine inequality between the global south and the global north, and help close gaps in health infrastructures across population and region worldwide. As part of increasing healthcare resilience in Indonesia, we also have helped facilitate local manufacturing capabilities for vaccine, strengthening Indonesian pandemic preparedness and response capabilities. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, before I end my remarks, I would like to reemphasize the inclusive development framework I have introduced yesterday. The 5 Ps: peace, prosperity, people, planet, and partnership. As we are past the baton to India, this framework will remain relevant in advancing global priorities and generating impact beyond G20 countries. In closing, I would like to thank you once again for the chance to report on B20 Indonesia's efforts, and I would like to express my heartiest thanks to all those who have participated in the B20 process throughout the year. Gotong Royong and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika have made this year's B20 summit a success. And looking ahead, we offer our utmost support to India for next year's summit. Also, we'd like to thank you. Together is a partnership between me and Sinta and everyone at Kadin and all the stakeholders of Indonesia and also the participants of the B20. We, the B20 Indonesia, stands with the G20 to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Let's recover together. Let's recover stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arshad. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue with our session, please allow me to present a video on the B20 market achievements and highlights of our proceedings and commitments.
The G20 economies account for 75% of global trade and 80% of the world's GDP. The Business 20, or the B20, is the business arm of the G20, mandated to cultivate private sector-led transformation to enable the G20 economies to recover together and recover stronger. Together, the B20 Indonesia's Task Forces and Action Council convened a diverse group of business leaders to deliver tangible and comprehensive policy recommendations and B20 communique, providing concrete outcomes and shaping the policy recommendations to enable businesses globally. The B20 Indonesia is also committed to drive 3 key movements that will recourse global trajectory for the better. These are green transition, inclusive growth, and equitable healthcare. It is the decade for the G20 countries to drive green transition, as we account for almost half of the world's share of natural-based solutions. The B20 Indonesia advocates companies to accelerate green transition towards net zero emission target and equip stakeholders with the necessary knowledge to benefit from carbon market. To embody the spirit of Gotong Royong and capture the huge upside of inclusive growth, the B20 Indonesia pushes for next-generation mid-sized companies to be part of the global supply chain and builds necessary infrastructure to promote the impactful inclusion of women in the global economy. Finally, to prepare for future health crises, the B20 Indonesia urges the need for equitable healthcare to bolster health system resilience. This journey has shown how collaboration and spirit to innovate can drive change. Through commitments and programs that we have built together, let's continue to realize an innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth for all.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda will be the speech by the G20 leader with the main theme of building a strong and resilient economic recovery strategy of all. Please welcome the Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency, Mr. Anthony Albanese.
Good evening, everyone. Selamat sore. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you in Bali, and I particularly want to acknowledge my friend, President Widodo. It is great to be back in Indonesia and to congratulate President Widodo and his team for hosting what will be a very successful G20 meeting following what has been a successful hosting of the B20 here today. I do want to thank the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, including its chairperson and host of the B20, Pak Asad, and chair of the B20, Ibu Shinta, for bringing us together, and I thank you for your addresses here this evening. President Widodo has once again shown us enormously kind hospitality. This is my 7th official visit to Indonesia and my 2nd as Prime Minister. And the new government that I lead is determined to write a new chapter in Australia and Indonesia's long history of friendship and cooperation. I was reminded of that long history during my first visit here as Prime Minister, when I visited not just Jakarta, but also Makassar. Centuries ago, the sea route between Makassar and the top end of Australia was a flourishing trade corridor. Each December, the Yolngu people of Arnhem Land would look to the sea, waiting for the horizon to fill with the sails of Macassan vessels. The Yolngu immortalised those boats in their art, and you can find them painted on sandstone and bark, their sails forever full with the wind that brought them across the sea. The relationship between the Macassan seafarers and First Nations people of Australia was built around trade, but it was also built around mutual respect. It was a relationship of equals that set the template for the people-to-people contact that has always been at the very heart of Australia's relationship with the people of Indonesia. So much has changed since that era, but what has remained, and indeed thrived, is our mutual respect. Knowing this history gives us perspective, and it also reminds us that relationships between nations are always bigger and broader and deeper and richer than just leader-to-leader conversations, as vital as they are. That's why when I came to Indonesia in June, I was joined by a large delegation of government ministers and senior business leaders, the head of the Business Council of Australia, who's with us again this evening, the CEO of the Commonwealth Bank, and representatives of major companies such as Wesfarmers, Fortescue, BlueScope, Sun Cable and Thales. And I'm delighted that so many Australian business leaders are joining me here again today. Australian businesses are energised by the tremendous opportunities that this nation and this region hold. This B20 gathering, bringing together influential business leaders from around the world, draws on that same spirit, recognising that innovative, inclusive and collaborative growth won't be built and sustained by the actions of government alone. It will depend on the insights and enterprise and cooperation and investment of businesses and financial institutions and civil society and workers' representatives as well. So I welcome the B20's insights on the way forward, and I thank you for the care and effort that you have put into crafting your recommendations. And I embrace the goal that you have set: innovative growth, because the challenges we face are different to previous economic downturns, and the policy response must be different too. Inclusive growth, because the quality of our response and the measure of our recovery must hold no one back and leave no one behind. And collaborative growth, because in a globalised economy, it is not just markets and products and technologies that we hold in common, it is challenges but also opportunities as well. Right now, we face a collective economic challenge new to the G20, indeed new to our generation. It was the global financial crisis and the seismic upheaval in the banking system which first elevated the G20 to a leader-level meeting. Leaders gathered in Washington in 2008 to unfreeze global credit markets and shore up the capital positions of financial institutions. And they came to London in 2009 to craft a global economic stimulus package. As Infrastructure Minister, I had the privilege of being part of the Australian delegation at that meeting. The financial crisis we faced then produced a global demand shock. The economic challenge that we face now is primarily a global supply shock. The long tail of the pandemic is constricting supply chains and stretching workforces. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine is inflicting severe, ongoing disruption to food, fuel and energy markets. Inflation is biting advanced economies around the world, and central banks are responding with the sharpest and most synchronised tightening of monetary policy that we have seen in decades. For governments to see off the threat of inflation, to prevent runaway inflation from eroding national prosperity and devaluing people's wages, we must ensure fiscal policy is working in concert with monetary policy, not contradicting it. And macroeconomic policy coordination, along with cross-border collaboration between businesses such as those in this room, has an important part to play in that. I will always remember the sense of purpose and urgency with which world leaders in London worked to coordinate that $1 trillion global stimulus package, while at the same time laying down a shared commitment to free market principles, to the rule of law, to open trade and investment, to competitive markets and to effectively regulated financial systems. Knowing that these are essential to building stronger and more inclusive prosperity for all. Even then, in the heart of the storm, there was still a focus on the horizon. Put simply, the G20 was made for moments like these and built for these challenges, founded on the unifying principle of multilateralism, that we can achieve far more together than we ever will alone. So yes, we can recover together and we can recover stronger. Indeed, recovering stronger depends on recovering together. We do this by ensuring that our tax systems reward people for their hard work and repay the initiative and enterprise of our businesses and job creators, by building the resilience and diversity of supply chains so we are better prepared for global shocks, and by helping developing countries to manage rising debt sustainably, risk by implementing measures such as the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment, and achieving the innovative and inclusive and collaborative growth that the B20 have challenged us to seek also means investing in the skills and productivity of our workforce and increasing participation opportunities, as well as unlocking the potential of people who have historically been locked out of career opportunities because of gender, race, disadvantage or disability. And of course, collaboration means strengthening our trade links, not just in the exchange of raw materials or finished products, but in the sharing of research and technology and education and expertise. Governments can help by breaking down tariff walls and building trade bridges. We can upgrade infrastructure, our ports and freight terminals, our energy pipelines and transmission technology to speed the exchange of goods and resources. But business also has a great deal to teach us about effective and informed cross-border collaboration and the value of competition and best practice productivity. And whether it's technology, skills, research, jobs, investment, infrastructure or trade, the challenge and the opportunity that can draw all of these threads together is responding to climate change. For governments and business, investing and developing clean energy will enhance our individual energy security and it will strengthen our collective action on climate change. I am very proud that my government has acted quickly to drive the transformation to net zero, and I'm pleased that so many members of the Australian business community shared and support this commitment. We know Australia can be a renewable energy superpower, and we're working to grow our clean energy export industry, but we want to do it in cooperation with Indonesia and other nations to help reduce their emissions, to grow their economies and improve their living standards. Because just as none of us are immune from the global challenge of climate change, all of us have a part to play in the solution. And I know that President Widodo is very passionate about this. And I want to commend Indonesia's leadership in developing the G20 Bali Energy Transitions Roadmap. It sends such a powerful message to global markets, giving investors the confidence to scale up their ambitions, knowing that G20 members are committed to accelerating the transition to clean energy. That's what uncertain times demand, not just the determination of weather the storm, but the ambition and the vision to sail beyond it. On that note, I'm delighted that our next G20 host, India, led by Prime Minister Modi, will be guided by its aspiration to ensure economic progress and the environment go hand in hand. And I am confident that India's 2023 G20 presidency will build successfully on the achievements of the Bali Summit. Bapak President, all of us here are eager to hear your reflections on India's host year and your ambitions for the future. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our next ceremony, which is the B20 presidency handover to India. And to hand over the presidency, I would like to invite to come up on stage Ms. Sinta Kamdani, the chair of B20 Indonesia. And to receive this presidency handover, please come up on stage as well, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, representing the Confederation of Indian Industry as the next host of B20. Ms. Sinta Kamdani, please pass the B20 Indonesia communique to Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our ceremony, which is the symbolic submission of the B20 Indonesia Presidency Report to the President, the B20 Communique. To pass over this document, I would like to invite to come up on stage Mr. Arshad Rashid, Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin Indonesia, host of B20 Indonesia. And to receive it, I would like to invite the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo. The B20 Indonesia Presidency Report is the outcome of the B20 Indonesia Presidency, emphasizing the final B20 policy recommendations and legacy outcomes. Thank you very much, Bapak Presiden. Please stay on stage, as we'd like to listen to your keynote speech. And thank you, Mr. Rashid, Ms. Shinta.
Selamat sore. Yang saya hormati Perdana Menteri Australia yang mulia Anthony Albanese, yang saya hormati Ketua DPR Republik Indonesia, Bapak Ibu hadirin undangan yang berbahagia. Bulan Januari yang lalu, saya berbicara di depan B20 pada awal masa tugasnya. Masih pandemi,
so it was still
berat saat itu.
in the pandemic.
Saya menyampaikan bahwa
And at
di
the time,
setiap
I said
kesulitan,
that for every problem, for every challenge,
ada peluang.
there is always a silver line, an opportunity. So don't be pessimistic. I said that.
Kemudian 10
And then,
bulan berselang,
10 months after that,
pandemi masih ada,
and the pandemic was still ongoing.
ada perang,
And we had a war,
ada krisis pangan,
we have food crisis,
ada krisis energi,
and there is also this energy crisis, financial crisis.
tapi kita patut bersyukur
But we should be grateful
kuartal kedua
that Indonesia in the second
5,44%.
quarter, we still grew at 5.4%.
Dan di kuartal ketiga
And in the third
kita tumbuh
quarter,
lebih kuat lagi di
we became stronger at 5.72%.
Inflasi
And
bisa
inflation
kita kelola di angka
can be managed as well.
di September,
And it remained in September at, and this is due to also fuel price rise,
jadi 5,9%.
it became 5.9%. However, in October, our inflation went down to 5.7%.
Managing Director dari
So managing director from IMF said,
menyampaikan
so the name is Kristalina, she said that
Indonesia
Indonesia
menjadi salah satu
is
titik
one of
terang di tengah
the bright
kesulaman
lights
ekonomi dunia.
in the darkness of the world.
Oleh sebab itu perlu
Therefore,
strategi besar
we need to make a major
yang sudah sering saya
strategy,
sampaikan itu secara
and I
konsisten
have been saying this consistently, and we have to be consistent to do this. The first one is we have to do value-added investment. We have to deal with our raw materials. We have to make value-added. We want to do this for our domestic growth, and it is something to do with our revenue for the state, and it's also to increase the jobs in Indonesia. And we have already started that with nickel, and we tried to build a giant ecosystem for EV battery. So that is EV battery for electrical vehicles. So I'm just offering to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. In Australia, you have lithium. We have nickel here. If we combine our power together, then it will become the battery for electrical vehicles. But I ask Prime Minister Albanese, so please bring the lithium only to Indonesia, sir. So together, let's do this added value investment in Indonesia. And the second one, this is related to green economy. I've said that many times that the potential for the new and renewable energy in Indonesia, it is abundant. 430,000 megawatt is our potential coming from hydropower, from geothermal, from solar panel, and from wind power. Everything is there. So this is actually the opportunity for investors to collaborate with Indonesia and to bring investment here, bring your technology here, because we need money that is not little. So together we have to build the green economy in Indonesia. And we have already prepared in North Kalimantan 30,000 hectares of land for green industrial park, and I am very sure all investors will come and they will be excited to also develop green products from Indonesia. And we know that we have Kayan River there that can produce green energy up to 13,000 megawatt, and that is in the form of hydropower. And the last point, and this is related to digitalization. Well, please, the big countries, think about the small one. The big one have to take care of the small ones. The big ones, you have to think about the micro businesses. Big businesses have to make sure that no one will be left behind. So we've tried in the last 3 years to upgrade these small micro companies to enter digital platform. And up to now, 19 million of these MSEM, they have already entered the digital platforms. From the 64 million SMEs that we have here. And our target for 2024, we hope that this will reach above 30 million. So this means these small micro companies, don't leave them behind. This is my message. For India, so please continue to do this for the micro and small medium enterprises. Please continue this effort. And last but not least, congratulations to India presidency of G20 next year, and I am very convinced that this will be developed further. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, today we had a thoughtful discussions and intriguing insights from all of our respectable speakers. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank all of our guests and speakers for attending this event. And now we would like to invite the President of the Republic of Indonesia and the Prime Minister of Australia to leave the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our sponsors as well, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarmas, Apple Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Indonesia Financial Group, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Sawit Sumbermas Sarana Tbk, PT Telekomunikasi Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park, Adaro Indonesia, Jarum Foundation, PT Grab Teknologi Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to inform you that the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022 closing dinner will start today at around 6:30 p.m. at Taman Bagawan. And you will be finding some talents from Indonesia. Indonesian National Orchestra by Frankie Raden, Dewa Bujana, Elva Singers, Ruth Sahanaya, Audiensi, Krakatau, Earth, Wind and Fire Experience Feat, Al McKay, and All Stars. And please do bring your B20 Summit ID for entrance. And for those of you who will attend the closing dinner at Taman Bagawan, please proceed to the East Lobby. Please proceed to the East Lobby as we will provide shuttle services to Taman Bagawan. For those of you who will attend the closing dinner at Taman Bagawan, please proceed to the East Lobby as we will provide shuttle services to Taman Bagawan. My name is Rory Ashari and I thank you for attending the B20 Summit Indonesia 2022, Advancing Innovative, Inclusive and Collaborative Growth. Good day and